Hello and welcome to today's live virtual watercolour workshop with me, Matthew Palmer. This is going to be a cracker, folks. Looking forward to painting in this beautiful Venetian cafe in the streets and canals of Venice. Working portrait orientation. This is around about 11 by 15 inch in size. So do get yourself geared up. Size doesn't matter, any size goes on this one. Get your three primary colours, your red, yellow, blue, and of course get your water, your kitchen roll, and your three brushes, your large, medium and small. So starting just after 10 a.m. ish, give or take a few minutes. And yeah, it's going to be a cracker. It's going to be an absolute belter, folks. And let's talk about next week's extra special workshop. Not only is next week's workshop a beautiful theme of painting a beautiful still life against an old stone wall with some gorgeous daffodils, it's going to be a cracker. It's on Saturday the 26th of March. It's very popular. Spaces are going quick. We are well over 70% full on that one. You're loving this one. It's going to be a gorgeous one. It's going to be a still life. Now, we've painted a few still lifes over the past couple of years using some wonderful techniques. Something very different next week. It is watercolour with some mixed media style to it. So do get yourself booked in. Again, it's just using your standard colours and brushes, but we've got some wonderful, cool tips and tricks on that one. Now, what's extra special, you can see below, it's the second anniversary. It's 2 years since we started teaching these workshops. So do book a space because we've got something extra special lined up. It's still only £10. If you are booked in, whether it's a pre-book via the voucher or whether you've booked now or online, you stand the chance of winning one of 6 prizes. So I'm giving away an original Matthew Palmer watercolour painting, this beautiful bird painting here, signed. That's a green finch. I'm also giving away 2 signed DVDs as well. That's the second prize. We're also giving away a little masking fluid and paint set. All of this totals around £300. We're giving away a set of watercolour brushes here as well. A signed watercolour book still going here. And a wonderful 50 sheet pack of watercolour paper to give away as well. So some really cool prizes during the second anniversary. But here's the special thing: as well as all those prizes, if you are booked in and you need to be booked in, you'll get a second link, a second button on the email that comes to you with a, let's call it an after show party. So as a bit of a celebration after the workshop, you'll get a link that takes you to another live stream, which will last about sort of 20-30 minutes. And that's going to be a general chat from you guys and me. So it's a way that we can talk about all the previous paintings that we've done. If you've got any questions you'd like to ask me, you can send them through. It's a one-off. You can ask me tips and tricks. I'll show you live on screen. It's going to be something extra special. It's a one-off. Do take advantage of this. So you can email questions through live, or you can drop them in the chat. Now, a few people have said, Matthew, why is the workshop on Saturday, not Sunday? Because you're probably aware that we do take these workshops normally. 9 times out of 10, these workshops do fall on Sundays. Next weekend is Mothering Sunday, the 27th of March, here in the UK. So I'll be spending time with the family indoors. So that's why it's on a Saturday, but it doesn't matter if you can't be there live on Saturday, because you can enjoy both the workshop and the after show party. We'll have a bit of a drink and we can ask live questions, or you can submit questions before or after if you wish, and I will talk to you live straight to the camera, and we'll have a little bit of a chat about your paintings, what you've enjoyed, and a bit of a virtual hangout here in the Watercolour TV studio. So that's something extra special that is only available to you guys, and you do need to book in the £10 fee for the workshop to get access to almost £300 worth of art materials and painting giveaway, and also the special after show hangout which will take place during next week's workshop. So very excited for next week, but also very excited for this week's, starting around 10 a.m. I'll see you very soon. Don't forget to book in, getting close to 80% for next week, so it's going to be an absolute belter. It's going to be a gorgeous one. See you in a bit. Hello and welcome to today's live virtual watercolour workshop with me, Matthew Palmer. This is going to be a cracker, folks. Looking forward to painting in this beautiful Venetian cafe in the streets and canals of Venice. Working portrait orientation. This is around about 11 by 15 inch in size. So do get yourself geared up. Size doesn't matter, any size goes on this one. Get your 3 primary colours, your red, yellow, blue, and of course get your water, your kitchen roll, and your 3 brushes, your large, medium and small. So starting just after 10 a.m. ish, give or take a few minutes, and yeah, it's going to be a cracker. It's going to be an absolute belter, folks. And let's talk about next week's extra special workshop. Not only is next week's workshop a beautiful theme of painting a beautiful still life against an old stone wall with some gorgeous daffodils, it's going to be a cracker. It's on Saturday the 26th of March. It's very popular. Spaces are going quick. We are well over 70% full on that one. You're loving this one. It's going to be a gorgeous one. It's going to be a still life. Now, we've painted a few still lifes over the past couple of years using some wonderful techniques. Something very different next week. It is watercolour with some mixed media style to it. So do get yourself booked in. Again, it's just using your standard colours and brushes, but we've got some wonderful cool tips and tricks on that one. Now, what's extra special, you can see below, it's the 2nd anniversary. It's 2 years since we started teaching these workshops. So do book a space because we've got something extra special lined up. It's still only £10. If you are booked in, whether it's a pre-book via the voucher or whether you've booked now or online, you stand the chance of winning one of 6 prizes. So I'm giving away an original Matthew Palmer watercolour painting, this beautiful bird painting here, signed. That's a green finch. I'm also giving away 2 signed DVDs as well. That's the 2nd prize. We're also giving away a little masking fluid and paint set. All of this totals around £300. We're giving away a set of watercolour brushes here as well. A signed watercolour book still going here. And a wonderful 50 sheet pack of watercolour paper to give away as well. So some really cool prizes during the 2nd anniversary. But here's the special thing: as well as all those prizes, if you are booked in and you need to be booked in, you'll get a second link, a second button on the email that comes to you with a, let's call it an after show party. So as a bit of a celebration after the workshop, you'll get a link that takes you to another live stream, which will last about sort of 20-30 minutes. And that's going to be a general chat from you guys and me. So it's a way that we can talk about all the previous paintings that we've done. If you've got any questions you'd like to ask me, you can send them through. It's a one-off. You can ask me tips and tricks. I'll show you live on screen. It's going to be something extra special. It's a one-off. Do take advantage of this. So you can email questions through live, or you can drop them in the chat. Now, a few people have said, Matthew, why is the workshop on Saturday, not Sunday? Because you're probably aware that we do take these workshops normally. 9 times out of 10, these workshops do fall on Sundays. Next weekend is Mothering Sunday, the 27th of March here in the UK. So I'll be spending time with the family indoors. So that's why it's on a Saturday, but it doesn't matter if you can't be there live on Saturday, because you can enjoy both the workshop and the after show party. We'll have a bit of a drink and we can ask live questions, or you can submit questions before or after if you wish, and I will talk to you live straight to the camera, and we'll have a little bit of a chat about your paintings, what you've enjoyed, and a bit of a virtual hangout here in the Watercolour TV studio. So that's something extra special that is only available to you guys, and you do need to book in the £10 fee for the workshop to get access to almost £300 worth of art materials and painting giveaway, and also the special after show hangout which will take place during next week's workshop. So very excited for next week, but also very excited for this week's, starting around 10 a.m. I'll see you very soon. Don't forget to book in, getting close to 80% for next week, so it's going to be an absolute belter. It's going to be a gorgeous one. See you in a bit. Hello and welcome to today's live virtual watercolour workshop with me, Matthew Palmer. This is going to be a cracker, folks. Looking forward to painting in this beautiful Venetian cafe in the streets and canals of Venice. Working portrait orientation. This is around about 11 by 15 inch in size, so do get yourself geared up. Size doesn't matter, any size goes on this one. Get your three primary colours, your red, yellow, blue, and of course get your water, your kitchen roll, and your three brushes, your large, medium and small. So starting just after 10 a.m. ish, give or take a few minutes. And yeah, it's going to be a cracker. It's going to be an absolute belter, folks. And let's talk about next week's extra special workshop. Not only is next week's workshop a beautiful theme of painting a beautiful still life against an old stone wall with some gorgeous daffodils, it's going to be a cracker. It's on Saturday the 26th of March. It's very popular. Spaces are going quick. We are well over 70% full on that one. You're loving this one. It's going to be a gorgeous one. It's going to be a still life. Now, we've painted a few still lifes over the past couple of years using some wonderful techniques. Something very different next week. It is watercolour with some mixed media style to it. So do get yourself booked in. Again, it's just using your standard colours and brushes, but we've got some wonderful, cool tips and tricks on that one. Now, what's extra special, you can see below, it's the second anniversary. It's 2 years since we started teaching these workshops. So do book a space because we've got something extra special lined up. It's still only £10. If you are booked in, whether it's a pre-book via the voucher or whether you've booked now or online, you stand the chance of winning one of 6 prizes. So I'm giving away an original Matthew Palmer watercolour painting, this beautiful bird painting here, signed. That's a green finch. I'm also giving away 2 signed DVDs as well. That's the second prize. We're also giving away a little masking fluid and paint set. All of this totals around £300. We're giving away a set of watercolour brushes here as well. A signed watercolour book still going here, and a wonderful 50 sheet pack of watercolour paper to give away as well. So some really cool prizes during the second anniversary. But here's the special thing: as well as all those prizes, if you are booked in and you need to be booked in, you'll get a second link, a second button on the email that comes to you with a, let's call it an after show party. So as a bit of a celebration after the workshop, you'll get a link that takes you to another live stream, which will last about sort of 20-30 minutes. And that's going to be a general chat from you guys and me. So it's a way that we can talk about all the previous paintings that we've done. If you've got any questions you'd like to ask me, you can send them through. It's a one-off. You can ask me tips and tricks. I'll show you live on screen. It's going to be something extra special. It's a one-off. Do take advantage of this. So you can email questions through live, or you can drop them in the chat. Now, a few people have said, Matthew, why is the workshop on Saturday, not Sunday? Because you're probably aware that we do take these workshops normally. 9 times out of 10, these workshops do fall on Sundays. Next weekend is Mothering Sunday, the 27th of March here in the UK. So I'll be spending time with the family indoors. So that's why it's on a Saturday, but it doesn't matter if you can't be there live on Saturday, because you can enjoy both the workshop and the after show party. We'll have a bit of a drink and we can ask live questions, or you can submit questions before or after if you wish, and I will talk to you live straight to the camera, and we'll have a little bit of a chat about your paintings, what you've enjoyed, and a bit of a virtual hangout here in the Watercolour TV studio. So that's something extra special that is only available to you guys, and you do need to book in the £10 fee for the workshop to get access to almost £300 worth of art materials and painting giveaway, and also the special after show hangout which will take place during next week's workshop. So very excited for next week, but also very excited for this week's, starting around 10 a.m. I'll see you very soon. Don't forget to book in, getting close to 80% for next week, so it's going to be an absolute belter. It's going to be a gorgeous one. See you in a bit. Hello there, folks. Welcome to this Saturday workshop, which is a bit of a strange change of routine. It's been a while since we've done a Saturday. The reason we're doing a Saturday because it's I'm elsewhere tomorrow, Sunday, and it's felt a bit strange. But the next workshop, which we were just talking about in the intro, is also on Saturday, and that's because Sunday the 27th of March 2022 here in the UK is Mother's Day, so I'll be spending time with the mother and the mother-in-law, you know the routine, and it'll be nice, it'll be good. But it is celebrating, as we've just discussed, 2 years of teaching virtually next weekend. How quick has that gone? Lots of special things coming up, including £300 worth of goodies to give away, and it's going to be painting a still life, which is going to be daffodils against an old stone wall, the edge of a silver birch tree. It's going to be a lovely, beautiful, mixed media themed workshop. When I say mixed media, I don't mean... whoa, hang on a minute. That's somebody ringing me. I do apologise. I'll turn that off. It's my mother. Hey, have you started yet? Sorry, who's that? Have you started? Apologies. Hopefully that person won't ring back. Have you started yet? Anyway, let's rewind. There we go. Yes, so if you've not booked in already, you need to book in for this one. Coming up next weekend. And it's on Saturday, but if you can't watch it Saturday, you can watch it Sunday. That's all part of the fun. Less people do watch the Saturdays, as I'm sure you can see in these viewing figures. But it's a special one. It's the 2nd anniversary. It's just a bit of a sod's law that it's fell on the Mother and Sunday weekend. But got some great stuff. Got this huge giveaway. 6 prizes to give away and an original painting of mine to give away. £300 in value. That's going to be given away during the workshop. And then, as I mentioned, if you book into the workshop, you'll get 2 links. You'll get 2 links on your email next week. The second link is going to be an after workshop party. You can grab a drink, and I'll be doing some Q&A and some questions, and you can send live questions in, and we'll have a chat about the past 2 years. I think it'd be really nice. So that'll be a separate link for that one. So if you want to get involved in that one. It is purely for you guys that are watching the workshop now. So you need to book in for that one. It's going to be a 30-minute chat. You can ask questions. You can send your pictures in for critique if you want to. Whatever. It's just something to celebrate 2 years. That's what it's all about, folks. So let's get stuck in. Now, the painting that we are doing next week is a still life. And we've done a few still lifes here on the... live workshops. We did this one, Christmas 2020. We did the hollies, still life using leaves as stencils and some wonderful techniques, and this will be the same in next week's one. Here we've got a painting that we didn't do on a workshop. I did this painting actually on a episode of the Watercolour show, and this is Foxgloves against an old stone wall, just to give you some inspiration. Here last autumn we did pumpkins still life, which was very nice. So it's going to be a nice springtime edition. Last May time we did this one here with the bluebells and the lily of the valley, and we all got one more to show you actually. Oh, the hedgehog. So this kind of style of work, folks. So that's a bit of inspirational imagery. If you want to get yourself booked in, please do. I'd love to see you next week because I'm putting a lot of time into this. So, yes, get yourself booked in. Now, on for today's workshop, materials. Quickly touched on these in the introduction, but we've got a nice bright yellow there, natural yellow light. If you've not got that, you might have cadmium yellow. You might have aureolin or something similar. Here we've got the red, natural red. If you've not got natural red, you might have crimson or rose madder. The blue is natural blue. If you've not got natural blue, you might have French ultramarine blue. Or you might even have Cobalt blue. I've got the white paint, which is always going to be handy. This is the new version of the white, so make sure you get the white as well. We'll keep the white to one side. We don't need it, but we may use it later on. And that's pretty much it colours-wise. Obviously, if you've got a full selection of colours, then you can use them. Brushes-wise, I've got the standard 3, which we pretty much use all the time. So a large one, 14, 16, 18, 20 is where you want to be with that one. Here we've got a 10 or a 12. Here we've got a 4, 5 or 6. I mean, I'm using a 20, a 10 and a 6. That's the brushes I'm using there. You might want to bring in some optional brushes to make your life a bit easier, including a beautiful branching detail brush or a rigger brush, and a square brush for lifting out some highlights. That is it as far as materials are concerned. Paper wise, it's portrait. It's portrait. So stuck to a board. Just got to send somebody a quick link for today. There we go. Okay, so the first thing that I want to be doing here is, yeah, it's interesting because lots of people have sent me messages today and text messages and various things to say that they can't be with me live today, so they'll be doing it afterwards. And a huge reason for that is because it's on a Saturday. But we will be back to the Sunday routine after this. I'm sure that you guys prefer Sundays. I've always preferred the Sundays. It seems to be more popular. So after next week's workshop, we shall be back to the Sunday routine. But like I mentioned many times, it doesn't matter if you can't be there live. Another thing as well, quite a few people have recently had problems with, just a quick dimension before we start, a few people have had problems with payments not going through due to banks' extra tight security measures. We are updating our website as far as making sure that we do our best. We've spoke to SagePay that handles all the payments. They say it's down to the bank, the individual banks. But if you are in a situation where you're having problems making the payments for workshops, I know a few people have had this issue that they've put on Facebook, Hazel and Andrew for a few, they use PayPal. PayPal works great, and PayPal's free to register, so you can use PayPal on the website, so do use that if you need to. Now there's two ways to get in touch. You can get in touch via the live chat, which if you can't see, if you're watching this on an iPad, swipe your finger in from the right of your screen or your phone and you'll see the live chat. Now if you're registered as a YouTube person or a Gmail, if you've got a Gmail account, you can log in with that and you can access the chat. But don't worry, because you can use this email address here. You can use that email address. You can use that just the same, okay? Right, now let's get started. So here we're going to get the pencil and do a little bit of sketching, just a little bit of sketching, all right? Okay, So with a picture like this, it's inevitable that we're going to have to do a little bit of sketching, folks. And if you look at this one that we did probably about 6 weeks ago now, this was a... It's very windy out there today. Nice, but windy. I know the feeling. Now, if you look at this, this was a French cafe that we did a few weeks ago. It's going to be a similar sort of feeling to this, so do stick with it, folks. I mean, look at the end result. You need to persevere. This has been the most popular workshop that I've taught probably in the past 6 months. People have really enjoyed this one, even people buying it after the live event, because you can buy the previous ones, obviously. It's been a really good one to do, so if you haven't had a chance to pick this one up, today's picture is going to be a lovely set, but it's going to be this kind of vibe vignette, but with a Venice theme, which means we're going to be having a bridge and a few other bits and bobs. So I've got a pencil, I've got a rubber and a ruler, or an eraser, should I say. Depends what part of the world you're from, I guess. And I'm going to break the sketching. Now, it does say no sketching required on these workshops. Sketching experience required. But the thing is, it is... There you go. So Janet's had problems booking as well. There's a lot of security clamps down with the banks at the minute. I've noticed myself when I'm trying to buy stuff online, I have to go through extra security checks. So we are in the process of updating all that. But you can use PayPal, works fine. Or, you know what else you can do? You can pick up the phone. Pick up the phone, that works. Okay, so I'll check the sketch. If you're new to these workshops, thanks for taking part. March says, where's the castle painting behind me? It's Bamborough in Northumberland, that. Bamborough Castle. Beautiful place. Okay, I'm just going to sharpen the pencil. This is the pencil sharpener I use in one of these gadgets. Just going to give it a sharpen there. And there it is. Beautiful. Look at that. Look at that. Give it a sharpen, and then we are going to crack on and chuck some pencil. Now, what I will do is go through the sketch twice. Work with me. Treat this as a separate lesson, a complete free lesson. Think about the value. These are £10 workshops. Let me know in the live chat, by the way, just briefly, am I doing the right thing next week? It's the 2nd anniversary. I'm trying to give you something special. Am I doing the right thing in giving you this extra sort of half an hour Matthew's hints and tips and Q&A session? Are you going to join in next week after the workshop? It'll probably be around 4 o'clock time that'll happen. 3:30, 4 o'clock. Let me know if that's something what floats your boat and you want to do. Please do give me a thumbs up and a yes and a no. You can send pictures in on email. You can drop them in the chat and we'll just have a bit of a chat, and you'll say, Matthew, how would you use masking fluid? I'll show you. That's kind of what I'm trying to do. So there's the workshop plus a second Q&A, which you can watch after. You can watch after if you can't make it live. But something a bit special. So please book in. It feels like a special event. It does. There's the information. Link is in the description below and also on the email that we sent to you this morning as well, so you can view it that way. So if you're new to these, I'm going to go through the sketch, which is optional. If you don't want to sketch, please don't. And also I'm going to be checking your sketches for you as well. So we're going to start off. It's going to be a nice, simple, straightforward sketch. What we're going to do first of all, folks, we'll come back on the page just a touch, and using a black pen of some kind, I'm just going to mark the central points on the edge. It just helps for positioning purposes. Bang, 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 bang. Put those on there. Now then. Jackie says, will your family join in? Well, definitely yes. Jacob, Sarah and Thea will be dropping in to say hello during next week's workshop. Absolutely. Carol Ayers put, look forward to painting with you whichever day is convenient for you to broadcast. Like I say, 9 times out of 10 it's a Sunday. Having that regular Sunday session is... We've got used to it. We have got used to it. and lots of you are going to participate next week. And I can see that the viewing figures, because we've still got the same people booking on that books every week, but the viewing figures are about half what we'd normally get live, and that's purely because it's a Saturday. It is, and it's sunny. It's sunny outside as well. Okay, so I've got my pencil here and my ruler, and I want to start to do the sketching. Once I've got them positioning markers in place, I will darken the screen. Okay, right, so what we're going to do is we're going to sketch in with some kind of straight edge about a third of the way up ish. Okay, so about a third, which is going to be sort of 1, 2, 3. Get your fingers 1, 2, 3, and just sketching a very faint horizontal line, something like that. Now I don't go all the way to the edge because it's got to be a vignette to fit in with the other one, so there's a good sort of 2 inches either side. That horizontal line, I'm going to darken the screen for you now so you can see what's happening. We are because I want you to work along with me. I will check your sketches, so you can send them over on email once we've completed it, and also feel free to ask any questions relating to this. So that kind of horizontal line, it is meant to be a straight line, horizontal, but my board's a little bit drunk. I know the feeling. Let's bring that up. So that's probably a little bit better, but a straight line, pretty much. How wide is it? It depends on the size of your paper, if I'm being completely honest. Okay, so that's the first kind of step. And then once we've got that in, that's going to be the base of this picture. And I will take you through the sketch. So once I've done that, my next thing to do is to sketch in a little bit of a bridge, which is just going to creep off the edge of the page. Just creep off the edge of the page. Let me show you how to do that. It's going to sit on this line that we've just added. Now, if it look like I've got fake tan on, it's because I've darkened the screen. Oh, yeah. The camera will focus once I start doing stuff. There we go. Okay. Once that line's on, next thing I want to do is make that line double. Make the line double. Not much, probably half an inch. So if we was to do something like that. So it's about half an inch deep. It's a double line, and that double line is going to be the wall where the water sits, the canal sits up to it. And then very simply, probably about 2/3 into that, we're going to sketch in a little line that steps up, which is about 1 inch tall, roughly 1 inch tall, give or take, okay? That line is going to go all the way down to the bottom line, and it's let's measure it. It's 1.5 inches tall. There you go, 1.5 inches tall, which would be about 3 centimeters, vertical line straight up. That's going to be part of the bridge. Remember, this is going to be a vignette. So let's work on this together. I will recap this entire sketch. I always do. If you're new to these, I'll do it again. And I will give you a chance to send yours in, whether it's during live or after live. Patricia says she enjoyed the picture of Jacob dressed up as a giraffe. Yeah, so yesterday here in the UK was Red Nose Day, which was a big kind of charity thing that happens every couple of years. And yes, it was Jacob's school, which is my little boy. We're doing some kind of charity thing, which is great. Here we're going to take away the pencil from the right of that line. So just rub it out. Just take that line away. So you've got a bit of an L shape. Now that's going to be the start of the bridge. It's going to be the start of the bridge. And very simply, what we're going to do is from this point here, we're going to start to do a bit of a curve like that. Now it's going to stop about there. It's going to, I'll show you that again. Take your pencil and sketch a curve like that. It's probably no more than 2 inches. Imagine that's going to continue up, and it's going to be bridge. But we don't see all the bridge, but we'll see, you know, a bit of the bridge. We do, yes. And then here, from this point, that wants to go up. That starts to go up like that. Starts to go up. It points up to the sky. Look at those angles on screen, folks. Look at the angles that you can see there. I've made the pencil nice and dark so you can see. James says, I thought the painting was silver birch trees. No, so the painting is daffodils against a stone wall with a bit of a birch tree creeping in. I put a bit of a post out on Facebook asking what people preferred, stone wall or birch, and kind of stone wall kind of won. But it's going to be a nice still life picture with leaf stencils. It's going to be a good fun workshop. Do book in for that if you've not had the chance to do so already. And again, if you get problems, just use PayPal. PayPal works every time. PayPal works every time. Okay, great. Now on the top of this, we are going to sketch in a little bit of a railing, which is going to be parallel to the line you've just sketched in. So we'll pop some vertical lines which will be part of the railing. Can you see those lines? That's going to be the edge of the bridge. There's always going to be fancy bits of detail in Venice, so what we'll do is we'll have a little bit of an archway like so. Yeah. Now on the underneath of the bridge, just continue the line straight across. Just straight across. Take it straight across. Can you see that line? It follows it. And then do a second line under here. And you'll see where we're going with that a little bit later. Can you see that there's 3 lines that all match? 1, 2, 3, all the same angle, all the same angle. It's the corner of a bridge. This is going to be a canal. Yes, we've got to put a gondola on, haven't we? We have. We shall be doing that. Don't worry. You can smell the fear. Jackie says, why do I not see any of these notices on Facebook? Jackie, are you on the Watercolour group on Facebook? Have you got your notifications turned on Facebook? You can go into your phone or your iPad into the general settings and you can turn notifications on. Are you a member of the Watercolour group? Because that's the place you want to be. That's where you want to be. Again, for those people that do have problems purchasing, making payments online, because I've had another email, someone saying they've had problems as I'm going through the sketch. You can, to make things easier, I mean, you can give us a call. Sorry, it's a bit dark. It's because of the screen. But if you go onto the website and click on Watercolour Workshops at the top, you can actually purchase a block of 5. And it automatically enters you each week. So that's another thing you can think about doing as well. Okay, let's continue with the sketch then. So here we're going to have a cafe in this sort of side here. And we'll sketch in a bit of detail for that cafe now. So what we're going to do first, again, if you want to use a ruler, please do feel free. Can you tell me the office hours? I've tried 3 times last week. We got no reply. Yeah, so kind of office hours really are normally about 11 till 7 weekday. Normally on a Monday, Tuesday, Thursday and Friday. But you can always get me on my mobile, which is on... You can always call me direct. Somebody works here 4 days a week, basically. So you can always get in touch then. Always leave a message. We always get back in touch. Always leave a message. Or at least we should be getting back in touch. Yes, we should. Okay, right. So let's use the ruler to sketch in the doorway, first of all. It's up to you whether you want to use a ruler or just do it freehand. The doorway to the cafe is going to be about 2.5 inches tall, and it's just going to be a little bit to the left of the bridge. I'm always in the office straight after a live workshop, so Jackie or anyone that wants to book, the office is open for about half an hour after the live stream has ended. 40 minutes, half an hour, so do call, but you can always get in touch on the mobile. And that's going to be about 1 inch wide, and it's going to go up about 2.5 inches and then straight across. Straight across. So it's about 2.5 tall and about 1 inch wide. Okay, roughly. That's going to be the doorway. Okay, you'll see where we're going with this. You'll see where we're going to go with this. Now on this doorway, we can add as much character as we like, but we'll do that at the point of painting. What I'm going to do next is I'm going to sketch in a bit of a sign for the cafe. Now it's up to you whether you want to do this freehand or use a ruler. It's going to go above the door. It's going to be a bit of a sign. So it's horizontal because we're looking straight on at this thing. Again, if you want to use rulers for this, then please do. But it's just horizontal. There's no perspective involved just yet, so just keep it nice and simple. It will turn into a picture. Trust me, I'm an artist, yeah? Now I'm just going to zoom in a little bit closer and show you this, because what I also want to do is just above here is I want to add a lamp, and I like the lamps, as you know. So what you do with the lamp is you sketch in a downward line, which is about 1/2 inch. And what you do is you use that downward line and you sketch in a bit of a triangular shape on the top. Put some little curls at the side. Can you see? Like a little Chinese style pagoda kind of thing. And then come down there and across like that. And that's going to be a lamp that's attached to the wall. It's going to give character. It's all going to give a bit of character here. So all these little bits are going to go into the sketch. We've got the basic sketch in now, but all the little bits are going to bolt in alongside this. Okay. And a gondola here and some little benches and windows and all sorts of nice little cool things. I'll do the sketch twice, as I mentioned. So please don't worry about that. I shall be sketching it in twice. It's going to be lovely to have some water here reflecting, you know, all these little bits and bobs. That's going to be a nice little feature of this one. Now I'm just going to sketch in a bit of a window here as well. Now it is Venice, and Venice has got a lot of rustic charm. So let's just do a rectangular window here. Coming down, probably about that sort of size. Now, if you like your measurements, that's going to be sort of 1 inch square, give or take. Give or take. It's not going to be exact, but roughly sort of 1 inch square on that one. Not going to be precise by any means. I want to do another window up here, quite high. This particular one is only going to look like an L shape, and you'll see my reasons later for that. So it's going to be a little bit of an L shape like that. It kind of goes off, it's level with the bridge, can you see? So that's going to disappear off the screen, that one. That's where the picture ends, so it's all going to fade into that nice area. That L shape. For me, it's about simplifying this stage so you can produce the picture. And for those people that actually watched and painted along on this one here, it was the same. It was very simple and straightforward. And that's what it's going to be like today. It will improve as the day goes through. That's how these things actually do work. Let's just add a couple of little bits of detail to these two windows. First of all, pop a second line on the left edge of both the door and the window. Not on this one, just on that one. And then let's have another one of these L shapes, maybe a bit higher, going up. In fact, that's more of a U shape, that one. Can you see how that one kind of, it's the bottom of a window. Venice is very, here's an interesting phrase, higgledy-piggledy, which is good for us because when we're painting this, we can make use of some higgledy-pigglediness. Eva, hello to you. You want the measurements of the door? Yes, absolutely. So pop the ruler on. It's 2.5 inches tall, which in centimetres would be 6 centimetres. The width of the door is just a little over an inch. 1 inch, just a little over 1 inch. I think the thing is, Jack, if you're not getting the Facebook notifications, that's down to your phone and your settings. You can go into your phone settings to set that up. Also, Jackie, what you can do is just check on the watercolour group. Always look at the top of the watercolour group. What do I mean by the top? Let me show you, because a few people are asking about this one. If I go into the Facebook app, which I've got here on my phone, and I go into the watercolour group, right, I'll try and show you this, but these are all the posts down here, look. But right at the top of the watercolour group is the thing called featured. And if you scroll across, can you see what I mean? That's where all of the important things that I'm doing are in featured. I get control of that, and it's down to me to add things to that. So you can see all the interesting little posts and things like that. So that's how you keep an eye. A daily check is probably advisable. This is going to be nice. We're going to put a boat on and put some little benches here. Little table and chair kind of thing. Let's get close into this. First of all, let's pop in the edge of a gondola. Now, if you're thinking, crikey, a gondola, it's not as scary as you think. No, it's not. It's going to be a little straight line just below the window, probably about here. That little straight line, little vertical line, and that line is going to have some little bits of like a letter E. Can you see that letter? I'll get close in, like a capital letter E. Now, what's that all about? The boats in Venice do have their own signature depending on the boat maker. Okay, and that's a bit like a person that makes a thatched cottage roof, you know, they have their own signatures. So that's going to be the bow of the boat, basically. And can you see how I'm curving it down? Like that. And that curve starts to come like that. That's going to be the bow of a gondola, basically. Just pop a little bit there as well. That'll give you the other part of it. Just a little bit creeping in, because it's all about the cafe, but we can pop some Venetian stuff in it to make it look more Venetian. So I want to recap this shortly because we're almost ready to start painting. I'm going to recap it shortly and give you some time to do it and then check. We're not quite there. Do stick with us just a little bit longer. Now, how many people in the live chat or on email I've been to Venice. How many people have been to Venice? If you have, let me know. Give me a thumbs up. Drop me an email saying yes, I've been. I've been 3 times. Really enjoyed it there. It's been a great place to go and enjoy. And yeah, it's all been good. Barbara says we love your banter, Matthew. Well, that's good. That's good to know. Kate's been to Venice. How many people are in Venice now? Is anybody watching from Italy? Jane's been. Kate's been. Sue's been. Margaret's been. A lot of you have been. One of the things that I have a distinctive memory of, and I have painted pictures of Venice quite a few times over the years. For example, in the new book, Matthew Palmer's Watercolour landscape book. Excuse me. That went down wrong. We've got a painting in here. I want to find it for you. A step-by-step watercolour of Venice at night. There we go. Now have a look at these posts. These posts are everywhere, yeah? These are everywhere in Venice. They really are. So on this particular scene here, we need some of the boat posts. And that gives such a nice character. Yes, okay, so someone's dropped me an email asking, this is from John, can I recap the boat? Yes, I'll take the boat off and I'll do it again for you. The gondola. Right, let's do it again. So, what you do is you start off by sketching in this kind of little, it's like a letter E kind of vibe going off there. And that comes down and it starts to curve. Like that. And then from the highest point, it curves down, quite slim. And that comes down, then starts to go into the hull. And then there's a little piece that just sort of creeps up like that. That's the edge of the boat, okay? Have a go at that. We'll paint detail on as we go through the picture, so don't worry about that. It'll all come out in the wash. So these posts, really nice to add into your picture. And I'm going to pop them in, and they're very random. And they're very natural looking, okay? So it's an old wooden post. And they add to the charm of Venice. And they do have a lot of them around. So we're going to add, I think, 3 of them. That one will be quite nice because that one will go into the water. And of course it will reflect, yeah? So I've added 3 posts over there, which will all help the picture look more Venetian. Patricia's been as well. Carol Thomas did a day trip when staying in the Dolomites. Yeah, so the first time I went, I was at Lake Garda and did the trip to the Dolomites and then the trip to Venice. And then I went at Christmas once to Venice. It was the first week in December and it was as peaceful as you could imagine. It was really nice. Really, really nice. It was just before it got busy for the Christmas festivities. There was no Christmas decorations up. It was the first week in December. It was really, really peaceful. And it was great. It was off-peak, as it were, but really nice time to go. Because, of course, if you go to Venice in the summer, it's absolutely heaving, as I'm sure you can imagine. Right, let's pop in some little sort of tables and chairs just to add a bit of interest to the picture here. And then we're ready to recap and check yours, check your handiwork. How do we do the table and chairs? You might recall from the Venice, the Parisian cafe that we did, we basically got the pencil and I'm going to do one here. It's going to overlap the door and it's going to be a circular shape. Hold your pencil quite loosely and then we'll have another one, shall we? Let's have one here. Can you see these little oval shapes? They're quite slim, but hold your pencil free as you do it and literally come straight down with a double line. And that's going to be the sort of table. I mean, feel free to add some little, you know, fancy curls underneath the table and that can be added later, but like a little bit of iron work, you know, like a little Y shape kind of thing. So there's a couple of tables. We'll pop some chairs on as well, and that'll give some interest. Hello to Clive. Clive's dropping into for 10 minutes to make sure Matthew's behaving himself, hoping to do the workshop tomorrow. I think that's what's going to happen. A lot of people are going to do it tomorrow because that's your normal routine. And of course, that's the cool thing. There's probably about 40 or 50 people less here than would normally be here because of the Saturday thing. But yes, Dennis has been twice, and so has Patricia as well. Great. I love Venice. It's nice. If you've not been, you should go before it all sinks. Basically. As simple as that, innit? Simple as that. You need to. You need to go. We can add lots of Venetian rustic charm to this as we progress through the picture. Just a couple of little things I want to do before we move on. At the top of the door, we're going to sketch in a double line, like so. That's going to be a window. So pop some little diagonal pencil lines on. That's going to be glass. Venetian glass. Murano, yes. Can't go wrong, can you? Very windy today, folks. Things are rattling outside the studio. We are pretty soundproof here, but there's always a few noises creeping up. It's normally a man bringing a parcel from the Amazon. Or something. It's all part of the live charm. Let's just pop a couple of chairs on this thing then. Let me show you. Don't have to be too scary. What we do here is we'll have a chair that curves over at the back, and it goes straight down and straight down like that. It's like a U shape, an upside down U shape. And then we'll do another one here as well. We'll have one that comes over and then goes straight down. And of course we've got to put one here as well. So 2 upside down U shapes. Pretty straightforward. Can't go wrong with them. Not all the way down. And then of course what we do is we add the horizontal line to that. A double horizontal line. And then we come down and we pop in the legs. Which will be 4 lines relatively close together. Like so. And that will give us the chairs. That'll give us the chairs, folks. Give us some chairs. Hopefully that makes sense. I want to recap this very soon. If you want to put people on, that's up to you. I'm not going to put people on. Why am I not putting people on? Because that's lovely, isn't it? Because it'll fit in nice with this then. For me, it's a bit of a set. It's going to go alongside. And that's kind of similar to next week's live workshop as well. It's going to fit in with what we've done with the previous still lifes. I know some people don't enjoy the still life. Some people do. Try them. We're going to do daffodils. Beautiful, colourful picture, folks. Please get your bookings in place. Spaces are going quick. Patricia says Matthew always behaves himself with a cheeky smile, and Clive says, what planet are you watching from? Patricia went by coach to Rome and then went to Venice as well. Yeah, so Rome's another place that's nice. How many people's doing the live virtual retreat in the summer? I'm going to virtually take you to Rome. We're going to do a painting of Rome virtually. That's a nice little sketch, folks. There's enough information there for us to do a painting from. What we're going to do is stop at that point. I want to recap that entire sketch for you, which I'm going to simply do by moving the camera down to here. Now this will be a very quick and crude version, folks, but it just helps people to kind of get themselves in a position where they've had a double dose. So I'm sketching in this. That's my working page. This is going to be a very loose version. We started off with the ruler a third of the way up and sketched in that horizontal line. This is going to be a quick recap, all right? Just to give you a chance to, you know, have a double dose. Then we sketched a line that went up and it pointed up towards the ceiling. And that's where the arch was made up of 3 lines. 3 lines for the arch. Okay, feel free to pop in the bridge like so. Brill, that line was double. That was the starting point. This is going to be a very quick loose version. Alma, hello to Alma. Hope you're keeping well, Alma. We've not seen you for a while. Alma normally attends the painting workshops that I used to do in Southam in Warwickshire. They will be picking up again in the autumn, folks. So we'll hopefully be back. Hello to everyone watching today, as I don't feel too good at the moment. Hope to do the painting tomorrow. Well, I hope you feel better, and I hope you give the painting a go. It'd be nice for you to sit down and relax. A bit of escapism is painting. Then what we did is we sketched in the door, which was 2.5 inches tall, like that. Now again, I did use rulers originally. This is just a quick recap. Double the line, and then pop the window across with the diagonal lines on. Yeah, that was how that started. And then we're going to get close in, because what we're going to do next is sketch in a window, which is about 1 inch square with a double line like that. And then at the top, you've got the sign, rectangular sign. How did we do the lamp? We sketched in a line down the middle with a little sort of Japanese pagoda style roof on it, with a couple of lines coming down. That was going to be the lamp. That will be the lamp. And then above, we've got the L shape, which is going to be a couple of windows that are in the sky that are going to fade away. Then we've got the gondola, which I will do here. It was a letter E and curve under, and then like that. That was the gondola. We put the random posts on. I put 3 posts on, but that's pretty much the sketch, folks. Let me do you the table and chairs again. I'll do it here so you can see. Down the centre with a bit of fancy ironwork. The chairs are like a U shape that go down with 2 horizontal lines below, and then 1, 2, 3, 4. That's the chairs. Not complicated at all. All the incidentals we can add. If I get the camera back here, what I'm going to do is leave that on screen for you. Give you time to sketch yours in. Brian as well, Brian Green. I got your email, Brian. Thanks for that. I hope you feel better soon. Lots of you are having a few problems at the minute, health-wise. Hope you all, if you're under the weather a little bit, hope you feel better soon. So let's have a quick chat to camera then, folks. What we're going to do is, let's get me back on again. There we are. I'm sick of seeing me now, but here we are. So we're back. Just to say brief, a couple of things. First of all, that's going to stay on screen. Okay, so I'll put that back on in a sec. Then if you want to take a photograph with your phones or your iPads or whichever cameras and send them to this email address, I will have a look at the sketch for you and I will shout it out live. If you're watching after the live, please still do it. Send it over. I will reply to your email. That's the email address to use though. mattartist@me.com. That's the one you want to do. If you want to get in touch with me direct personally, not via the website, use that email address. That is my personal one. I'm giving you my personal email address. That's worrying, but it's there. Anyway, do that for me, folks. Secondly, this workshop, the 2nd anniversary one's getting busy. It's getting busy. Well over 80% full. Please book in. I know it's another Saturday. That's because the Sunday is UK Mother's Day, unfortunately. Well, not unfortunately, but you know what I mean. It's the 2nd anniversary, which means there's 2 special things happening. First of all, was 3. It's going to be a cracking picture of a beautiful springtime still life with colourful daffodils against an old stone wall in watercolour. It's going to be gorgeous. But because it's the 2nd anniversary, I'm giving away quite a lot of cool stuff. We've got some prizes that monies can't buy, including signed DVDs, signed books. We've got a huge pack of paper here. There's 6 different prizes to give away, and an original watercolour painting of a bird that I painted last week here. There's greenfinch. That's going to be given away as well. Signed 2022. That's during next week's workshop. And then at the end of the workshop, next week, you'll get a second link, which is going to be Matthew's hints and tips and live Q&A session, and that's down to you guys to ask me questions. That is a one-off that will only happen next week. You'll never see that happen again until the third year, maybe. But yes, please do book in. Link in the description. If you're not sure what kind of theme, style of painting it's going to be, it's going to be still life, like we've done in the past. It's a bit dark here because of the colour, but you can see where we're going with this. So these are the sort of style of paintings that we're going to be doing, using some really interesting techniques. There you go. It's going to be nice. It's going to be a good one, folks. That one, do book in, please, and join in the celebration. So I'm going to give you a few minutes to send your emails over. In the meantime, you can drop a booking in for the workshop. Email address is there, top of the screen. If you want to book in, there's the information for the 2nd anniversary one, and it's a one-off special next week, so do please book in. So I'll just give people a few minutes to send some emails over, then we'll have a bit of a shout out on that one. Beautiful start though with that sketch. It's going to have so much character, folks. Do stick around to the end if you get a chance. A few emails are coming through. I'm just going to give you a few minutes to finish your sketches off and send them through, and I'll be back in 2 minutes. Right, let's take a look at some of these sketches then. I'm just going to give you a bit of a shout out, folks. Again, remember this is Venice, which means you can get away with a lot. Alright? Because it's Venice and it's got character. First of all, Carol, yeah, a little bit tall on your chairs. Why don't you hire the seat part? Sylvia, Jones, enjoying the sketching. Please check mine. Yes, Sylvia, yours is fine. Sandy Dukes or Dowks, yours is good. March Ann, yours is good. Carol Barnes, yes, beautiful. Mary Kelly, you're all good too. Jackie Pullen, yes, good. Barbara Jenkins, looking good as well. Christian Hart, yours is also fine. It's quite nice because we don't have to be too precise about this with it being Venice. Elizabeth Grant, I'd say that the lamp's a little bit large on the lamp, and the chair legs look a little bit, this is Elizabeth Grant, as though they lean in a bit to the left. Try and get those nice and straight. That's the chair legs. Sarah Stevenson, you're good. Heather Laverty, yes. Pauline Lacey, I think the top portion of the boat is a bit large. The bit that sticks up, just lower that down a touch for me. Pauline Lacey. Peter Kimberley, yeah, looking good. Diane Swain, yes, you're fine. Jane Edgecombe, you're good as well. Robert Bond, yep, looking fine. And this one is from Jill Lewis. Yours is just downloading as we speak. As I live and breathe. Jill Lewis, you're good. And so is Joanne Hart as well. Looking very nice. Good sketches, folks. Just give you a few more minutes to get your sketch in. Like I say, it's not about rushing this. It's about just taking this time. Suzanne Smith, yours has just come through. Only thing I'd say about yours, Sue, is that your tables are a bit wide. Have a look at the tables on mine. Can you see they're quite close? So if you just kind of make that oval a bit slimmer. Maria Poidsley, yours is spot on. Well done to you. Patricia's just booked. Dennis says, how thick or solid should the lines be? Well, nice and clean pencil lines, Dennis. Try and make your pencil, try and use a soft pencil, something like a B, like a 2B or a 4B or a HB would be fine. But the pencil is important to see. You want to see that pencil coming through, Dennis. It needs to be present on your painting. It's a big part of my style. So again, if you're watching this after the live broadcast, please feel free to send yours over as well. But yeah, we're going to start painting now. So let me reset the colours to what they should be. Take that darkness away, and there we go. And then we'll be starting to do some painting. And don't forget, folks, if you wanted to pick up any of the previous workshops, they're all available. Every single one. There's 95 now to choose from, including the Parisian Cafe, which will make a nice set. But every painting we've done from day one is available. Here's a selection of them. There's a link in the description, but how you buy the previous ones is you simply go over to all the W's, watercolour.tv, click the workshop tab, and then you can simply purchase the previous workshop. There was another still life that we did. The nice autumnal one. A few more sketches. This one's from Mary Elmhurst. Nothing seems to be attached, Mary. Do you want to try yours again? Andrew, yours is fine. Yours is fine. So yeah, Mary Elmhurst. Just want to resend yours. Take a photograph, attach the photograph, and send it over. We'll take a look. Okay. Right. So let's get this nice and central here, and let's get started. White butterfly. We've not painted a white butterfly, Cal. We've done a peacock last week or week before. Mary, that's it. Yeah, it's good. I think that your boat's a bit high. Okay, so all I want to say to you, Mary, is just lower your gondola a little bit. The bottom line's fine where it sits on the water, but the top one's a bit tall, so just bring it down 1/4 of an inch. Mary Elmhurst. Lynn, morning all over day, just watching today, as I want to do some gardening while I have the chance that I can come back and do it. Exactly, that kind of sums these workshops up, that you can drop in and out. But, you know, where possible, finish it, because that's important, yeah? Okay, so let's jump over to the palette cam then. Let's get rid of that advertisement, because we don't need that. We'll get rid of that. That can go. And then we'll get the palette cam nice and straight. There it is. Straightish anyway. So let's prep the colours then. So, first of all, I'm just going to be using pretty much top to bottom a size 20 brush to start with, and then I'll move into a size 10. So I'm going to be using those two brushes, your biggest brush followed by your medium sized brush. That's where it's at with this one. Let's prep the colours. We'll do this bit together. Get yourself a test page. We'll pop them on the top of the screen so you can see what's happening, and you can't go wrong. This one's from Dennis. Dennis Doyle, your sketch is fine. Margaret Lewis, yours is fine, Margaret. Good sketch. Yep, come through nice. All good. I'll keep an eye on the email, but we'll prep the colours now, folks. So size 20 brush is where it's at. And let's get the colours mixed up here. So nice and clean. It's well worth having some kitchen paper, paper towel, etc. etc. There it is. There it is. Okay. So let's go for a clean brush. Now there's no water here, just water on the brush. The first colour is get 2 stone colours. Okay. So I'll mention the options of natural colours, but I'll mix them here first of all. So a bit of water, a bit of yellow. Do that twice. So there's 2 yellows in the palette on the brush. Now you can see it's on the brush. I don't need to clean that brush. I'm going to go straight in and pop a little bit of red into both of them. Not a huge amount. And what the red will do is it'll turn it into an amber orange kind of colour. Now I'll mention the options you've got as far as using other colours in a second. But that little bit of red goes into them. Like so. Brill. And then what we'll do is we'll just simply add a little dot of blue to both of them. Just the tiniest little dot you could imagine. And it starts to make it go a bit sandy, like a sandy colour. A sandstone colour. Can you see how it goes a bit sort of sandy? Now if it goes green, and it's a good chance it will, add a touch more red. But if you pop that colour there, can you see that sandstone colour? Now, for those people that have the natural skin, for those people that have the natural collection of watercolours that I manufacture, natural yellow, not the bright one, natural yellow, this one here is that colour. So if you've got natural yellow, not natural yellow light, then that is perfect for you, okay? But that's how to mix it anyway. Second one wants the same treatment. Add a bit of blue. And we'll tweak this one. Now that's gone a bit greeny. You can see that. So I'm going to add more red to this. That's important. We need more red in this one. We need to see more red. Now, if you've got the dark skin tone colour from my natural collection, use that. Use that. But you can see there's 2 clear differences in colour. This one's got way more red in it. Dark skin tone would be ideal for that. Not too strong for those colours. That's going to be the colours of the walls, the buildings, etc. So again, it's yellow with a bit of red and a bit of blue. If it goes a bit green, add a little bit more red to it. And this one has more red anyway. It needs it because you see quite a bit of terracotta colours in Venice. So that's kind of more terracotta-y colour. Or you could use, like I've got here, it's exactly the same, dark skin tone. You could use that, but not strong. Dark skin tones and the light skin tone colours are beautiful for doing gorgeous Mediterranean terracottas. Beautiful colour. Fabulous. We've got that nice and clean with your brush. Very clean with the brush. We then want to be adding a nice little bit of blue paint. Just blue on its own. There is the blue. We'll pop the blue just here. So there's blue. Fabulous. We've got the blue there. Nice and easy. Not too strong for that one. That's going to be for the water, basically. It's going to be a nice one for the water. Now, so far, we've used that one brush to mix the colours. We've mixed the 3 colours with the big brush. I mentioned earlier on about using a size 10 brush as well. Now, the size 10 brush is going to feature, and the size 10 brush is going to be there for mixing up grey. Mix the grey. So a smaller brush. Yes, you can use natural grey if you've got natural grey, part of the colour set. Or you can mix your own very simply from blue. Medium consistency I want here. So blue with a touch of red. So it makes purple. Now if you look at that colour on here, you can see a bit of a purpley blue, yeah? And then what you do is you add a little bit of yellow to that. Just a touch. And that yellow, see that's way too much yellow. Oh dear. It's gone green. How do you fix green? You put red in it. You put red in it, and red fixes the green. Just a bit. I'll start that again. Rewind. Right, so let's say mix grey, you put blue. How does it do that? you put a bit of red and a bit of yellow. And the yellow is what turns it into a grey. If it goes too green, you put red. There it is. Call yourself a professional, Mr. Palmer. £10 I paid for this. £10, man and boy. Margaret Lewis, your sketch is fine, by the way. If I've not already said that, I think I probably have. Dennis Doyle, yours is just downloading. As I live and breathe, it's downloading. It's coming through. Dennis, yes, you've cracked it there, mate. Well done to you. And Barbara has done a good sketch. Yes, pretty good. Nice sketch in there, folks. Like I say, it's Venice. Bit of rustic charm. You've not got to be precise. Don't worry, it won't be. Natural grey. That's your colours. That's the same colour, by the way. Mixed purple adds yellow. If you're using natural colours, what you would do is you would use natural blue. You would use dark skin tone. You would use natural yellow, not the light one, just natural yellow, the sandstone colour. The one that looks a little bit like baby poo. What? And trust me, we've got a baby in the house. Baby in the house tonight. There you go. Prep your colours, test them on screen, folks, then we'll chuck some paint on. Can't go wrong with this. You can smell the fear. Andrew Mercer says, I'm sure that everybody in the UK knows that next Sunday the clocks go forward. Yes, springing forward. That's what's happening next Sunday. But obviously the workshop is going to be next Saturday. Again, if you're struggling to book, folks, because all these new bank security methods that are coming into play, please don't worry too much, because you can use PayPal. You can give me a call. I will be in the office 30-40 minutes after we've finished broadcasting live today, so you can quite easily drop on the phone, give us a bell, or just use PayPal, because PayPal it's got its own, it kind of bypasses all the bank security stuff, so you can use that. Yeah, there you go. But 85% spaces have gone for next week's workshop, folks, so you do need to be booking the space. I'd love you to join me. It's a celebration. Might even crack the champagne out. Big budget stuff. Big budget. Looking forward to this. These vignettes are a big favourite of mine, as I'm sure you know. I love these like close-ups of buildings. You can see here we've got this particular one, which we did of the sort of cafe in France. Hiding at the back of the studio. Studio. Bit of Phil Collins there for you. Studio. We've got a painting here of a bit of a garden. So this is the kind of vibe for today. That's what it'll look like. Yours might. It'll be lovely. Trust me. Yes, Albert has come to join us, as Patricia calls him. I've had Ernie, I've had Fred, I've had Albert, I've had all sorts of names. I've got a couple of paintings to give away later as well, so do stick around. I've got 2 original Palmer paintings to give away today. 300 quid's worth of pictures, and it's basically for you guys that are on the workshop. So if you booked in, you could be the proud owner of this. That's an original Palmer picture, this one. That'd be a good couple £100 in the galleries in Nottingham. And then here, the galleries in Nottingham. Yeah. Not the galleries of Justice in Nottingham, that's totally different. Here we've got this kind of Italian lake scene. I'm giving these away. I'm giving those away, folks, because I'm a generous artist. I'm not a tight artist. You have to be careful how you say tight artist. But I'm ready to start painting. It's about bloody time. Right. Let's do this together, folks. Well, no, let's not do it together. Let me do it first, because I'm going to do it twice, and then I'll recap it. So my advice to you is to sit back, relax, put your feet up, chill out for 2 minutes, and you'll be able to paint along at your own pace. I'll give you time. Just watching at this particular stage is the most sensible thing to do, I would say. Are you with me? Or are you with a Woolwich? Right. First things first. is to get the big brush, the 20 brush, and wet the paper and from top to bottom. I'm happy to use the same water today. Times are hard. Because I don't want to change the water. Why? Just because I'm being lazy. But if you want to, feel free. I mean, it's pretty clear. So I'm wetting the paper. You're just watching me, folks. I'll give you time afterwards. I'll give you a second dose of this. I will recap it. You better. Let's get it all nicely covered in water. That's one coat. This is the second coat. 1st of April's coming up very soon. Yes, it is. The 1st of April. And I've got a new product being launched. Matthew Palmer's Watercolour Water. You heard it here first. Limited edition. You can buy it for one day on the 1st of April. That's all. Is this serious? So that's had 3 good coats of water, slight tilt on your board, is what it's all about. Joyce Vousden. Great name, Joyce. Love that. Your sketch is bang on, Joyce. Well done to you. Perfect. Nice coverage of water. Then we'll start to put the paint on. Here's the thing, folks. Do watch out for the amount of water that's on your brush. No more water will be added to that brush. But what will be used is kitchen paper. Because I do start crying sometimes when I'm painting. Let's go for the lighter colour first. Beautiful, beautiful colour. This nice kind of sandy colour. Up to the picture, you're just watching me. A little bit of a tap on the tissue. And then basically, we're going to twist. Yes, we are. We're going to twist. The brush is flat to the paper. And you're going to twist around like so. You can take it straight over the bridge. Over the building. Over everything. A little twist is the first thing to do, folks, and that's going to give us the edge. Can you see that soft edge? Also, a little bit in the water. Now, the water wants horizontal. If you've been to Venice, you know the water's quite green, but it's not good. No, I'm not going to paint green water, but it is green in Venice. It's just how it is. So it's a twist. It's a twist, and then horizontal in the water. Then we'll go straight in. We'll go straight in. Straight in without cleaning the brush. Straight into this. I will recap this. I'll recap it. That's the sort of rusty, dark-skinned version of the same colour. Pick it up. Again, good little tip, folks. Tap it on the tissue. It's free. Remove that excess, and then we'll do a bit more twisting. But this time I'll be a little bit cautious. We'll sort of follow the bridge, follow the arch of the bridge. Can you see I'm just being a little bit more responsible about where I put it. There's always a first time. Just a bit of a twist around. But make sure you get some of this red over the bridge. Let it spread, come down to the bottom of the wall. A little bit in the water, but not a huge amount. Again, horizontal lines in the water. Not a huge amount of the red, but it's there. Work it in. This is all part of the character. And then what we'll do, folks, is we'll drop down to the palette and we're going to be changing the brushes in a second, but not just yet, because what I want to do here is clean that brush really well. Make sure it's fairly clean. Pick up the blue here. Notice the on the tissue. Really important to do that. I can't stress that enough. For the blue, well, for all the colours, it just helps the paint to be more in control. Now, what's the blue for on the tissue? Horizontal lines in the water. That's what the blue's for. It's for giving some horizontal ripples in the water. That's basically, after all, it's called a canal. We know it's called a canal. It's Venice, but it's the sea, basically. It's the sea. Venice is tidal, which is why at certain times Venice has a bit of a certain smell about it. I'm sorry, but it does. And it's to do with the fact that the drains are... It's a big pollutant, is Venice. All the stuff from the houses go into the sea and it gets washed away. It does. They are getting better and they are improving that. But it's an old system. That's the water. Look at the horizontal lines. I'll recap this. Don't worry. You'll be fine. Trust me. I'm an artist. And then you'll be all good. Good to go. Beautiful. Now, one last thing to do, folks. We're going to change brushes. Stick with me. Not going anywhere. What we're going to do is we're going to clean the brush. The size 10 Pick up the grey on the tissue. Can't stress that enough. There's the grey, but it's a smaller brush. Then what we'll do, up to the picture, let's just drop in a couple of little shadows here and there. Just a couple. What we're going to do basically, make sure you've been on that tissue. Let's just add a little bit of darkness under the bridge. This is all while the paint's a bit damp. Let it spread in. It's all part of the vinaigrette thing. Can you see I'm vinaigrette? All been a bit darker under the bridge. But on the tissue, see that darkness under there? Fabulous. I want the paint to be a bit soft. I'm also going to do a similar thing along the top of this wall, quite loosely. Can you see almost at the bottom of those, at the bottom of the cafe? Can you see I'm putting the paint in while it's a bit wet still? I'll even put some darkness inside the door, look, as well. Put some darkness inside the doorway. This is the size 10. Let it spread into the background. Let it become part of it. Have a go with the windows as well. So it's the grey on the tissue. So it's kind of dry brush. And you do like an L shape on those windows there. But you go along the bottom of the wall, up the side of that bit there. And then add a bit of a shadow to the side of the lamp there. Put a line underneath those things at the top. Put a line around the side of that cafe. While it's damp, it looks a bugger. You said it. Now what you're going to do here is you're going to soften all that in now and make it have a bit more charm. Clean your brush. This is the best bit. Wipe it pretty much dry. Give it a squeeze. And use that brush to look at your grey and think, well, actually that's a bit harsh in that doorway, so I'm just going to do that. I'm going to brush it in. I want to brush these in. But it's Venice. Plaster's falling off everywhere. Somebody described Venice many years ago and it kind of stuck in my mind. It's in an elegant state of decay, and that's exactly what Venice is. It's rustic, it's got character, it's beautiful at the same time. So that's how Venice is. It's a bit rough around the edges. So all these lines, all these cauliflowers I'm adding, look at this, I'm just adding random stuff. It's giving it character, it's giving it charm. That's the first bit. Let me recap down here. Stick with me. You can smell the fear, can't you? Let's do a recap on the loose version. First of all, big brush. Very important to use the right brush for the right job. Wet it at least 3 times. That's 1. That's 2. Slight tilt on your board. Then what you do, you start off by using the sandy colour. The first colour you mix with the sandy colour. Remember, you can skip back at any point on these. Always on the tissue though. Always do that first. Flat to your paper and twist. Twist it in. All the way around. The only difference here is that you go horizontal in your water. Horizontal in your water is the only difference. Then you go into the more rusty version, the more sort of red terracotta version. Again, twist, but be a little bit more precise about where you put it. Make sure you go over the bridge, across the wall, and just little bits randomly around, but make sure you go over the bridge. And again, a few horizontal lines in the water. Then you clean your brush really well, and you go for the blue. The blue is again on the tissue, very important, and all the blue is just to put a bit of horizontal lines in your water, just to give it a bit of a ripply feel. The best bit is when you get that size 10 brush. You need to change your brushes, folks, here. Let's recap that last bit that we did. You pick up the grey, which is fairly strong, and you wipe it on tissue. And you start off by adding a bit of a shadow underneath the bridge. Let the paint spread. Let it spread. Do the inside of the doorway. Come down, look. Do the inside of the window. Come down. Add a bit of a L-shaped shadow around the sign. Add a bit of a shadow at the side of the lamp. Add some darkness underneath there. Darken where the pavement is sat back. Then what you do is you clean the brush. You squeeze it dry. And you use that brush to smooth it in. If it lifts a bit of paint off, if it leaves a mark, it's Venice. Venice is full of marks. It gives character. Look, you can put that anywhere, look, just little random bits. And that's it. Why don't you have a practice and do that first? A rough version. Because I want to stop and give you time. And let your fiddle faff tweak and adjust, because that's where it's at. I'm going to stop there, leave that on screen, and let you do that, folks. It's going to look a mess, but just enjoy the process. Can't go wrong, really. Bridget Tucker, you've just sent your sketch through. I'm just falling over here. Got to stop drinking before these workshops. Coffee, obviously. Yes, Bridget Tucker, beautiful. I think I would just reduce the height of your boat a little bit. It's a bit low down. Just bring it up a touch. If you've not, then it's fine. It works. And Bridget is sat working. She's got a laptop. Or was it an iPad? iPad there. Yeah, looking good. Why don't you send me a picture, folks, of you sat working? What device are you watching this on? Is it an iPad? Is it a laptop? Is it a smart television? That's a good way to do these workshops. Andre Rieu, is it? Andre Rieu. Let's get your smart speakers in action. Alexa, play music by Andre Rieu.
Here's some music by Andre Rieu on Amazon Music.
Unfortunately, I can't play it because copyright, but you can. Beautiful, beautiful. Andrea says can't join in because water block not arrived. Been waiting weeks. Andrea, is that something you've ordered from us? Whereabouts are you in the world? Mary Kelly's watching on her iPad. Lynn Howe is sat painting in a living room and using a smart TV, which is a great way to do it because these are broadcasting full high definition, so it's a great way to see them. So if you look close at this, folks, you can see that the paint is not precise. It's spreading away. That's all part of it. Now, I want to start to add some slightly darker shadows very soon, folks, to this, but not quite there. Just giving you a couple more moments just to get yourself at a stage where you're ready. But it is going to look very, very loose at this point. Just stick with it. Marchan is painting in the dining room and your paint studio. It's where you read a lot, spend a lot of time watching the birds from your big bay window. Manchester, Andrea. Right, well, in that case, it's obviously got lost your order. Could you, Andrea, send me an email to this email address here with your order number on, and I'll have a look for you while I'm in the studio, if you can find it. Andrew's on the MacBook, and March is on the laptop looking out over a lovely view. Okay, brilliant. Now let's just assume this is starting to dry. For me personally, I could use a hairdryer, but it's dry enough for me to work on at this point. What I want to do here, folks, is use the size 6 brush at this point with the grey, which I've run out of, so I'm going to mix more. So it's the blue first, with a touch of red, or you can use natural grey and a touch of yellow. And that will give you the grey. Again, if it goes too red or too green, or if it goes too green, pop some red with it. But that's the same grey we've just been using a few moments ago. Exactly the same colour. I've just mixed up more. Again, it's very sensible to take the kitchen paper and just give it a bit of a tap on there. And then what we'll do is just add a couple of little extra shadows to this thing. Let's start off with the bridge. Let's get close into bridge. There it is. Let's take a look at the bridge. Now what we've got here is a few pencil lines. I'm literally going to paint a single line of grey that goes up here, across that first line, and then I'm also going to do another one that goes up there as well. Can you see the width of that line? It's as wide as the brush. Important. Clean your brush. Couple of taps, no more, and just use water, just water, to spread it. Again, if it leaves a few hard lines, it's Venice. Spread it to the right. Go right up to it. Spread it, blend it, move it. Let it fade away. Yeah? One more of those I want to show you. And this one can be more of a thin line. This one's going to go up the edge of the bridge and across the top of that there. And across the top of the bridge. So basically this is going to outline the bridge. Can you see it's an outline? Let me come back with the camera. Clean brush. Couple of taps. Use water inside here. Look, and really go into that grey. Again, if it leaves a few lines, it's all part of the character of this thing, so don't worry about it. But what's important is that you fade it off at the end. If you've gone for a vignette, if you don't, there's nothing stopping you filling the page on these pictures, but you fade it. And it starts to make the bridge look a little bit more prominent, don't it? I'll stop there for you. So, starting to work on the shadows a little bit here. Again, water is all you need to let it just all nicely fade off into the mist. Give it a go. Sylvia is working on your desktop computer. Sent a nice photograph of your little workstation there. Beautiful. It's nice because you've got so many ways to view these workshops. Carol's on telephone and iPad. So you can use the telephone for chat and the iPad probably for the painting. So a quick mention to Andrea, Prince, if you can hear me okay. I've just checked and your order was shipped on the day after that you placed it. So it was shipped on the 15th of February. So it's obviously got lost. So what I'll do is I'll make sure that gets resent for you now. Well, not this second obviously, but I will make sure it gets resent, okay? It says it's been delivered on the tracking information, but obviously you've not received it, so. It actually says it's been delivered to the local sorting office, but we'll resend it for you. Eva, your sketch is fine. Oh, apart from your boat, Eva, your boat is wants to be sat horizontal. So if you can make sure that you put your lines horizontal for your boat. Just sit it on your water. And Joan, you've received a second copy of a book. Okay. Maybe did you order 2 copies possibly, or was it a mistake? We'll have a look for you. I've left a note for Jenny to reply to you, Joan. Okay. If you receive 2 copies, that's a Brucey bonus. Just keep on to it. A Brucey bonus. Let's put some more shadows in, folks. With the grey, again, on the tissue is the best thing to do. Let's have a look at the doorway, and what we're going to do here, folks, is work inside the door. Now, I'm working on the bottom section of the doorway, and we'll also do the window as well. So when I say bottom section of the doorway, I mean I want to go underneath, inside here, straight down to the bottom, along that window, along the window. This is the grey, remember? Fill it in at the top and come all the way down until it meets the table. Can you see? Now it's really important that you make these lines nice and wide. Make the lines wide, and also it's important that you go along the bottom where it meets the wall. Again, look at the width of those lines, folks. They're not thin lines. Thin lines are a swine to blend. Let me come back with a zoom so you can see. There you go. Clean your brush, a couple of taps on tissue, and let's just do a bit of a scribble inside. But can you see what section it's on? I've started, it's the inside, okay? Exactly the same would apply to the window here as well. So on the window, what you do is you go around the inside of the window. Number 6 brush. Always make it wider at the top, like we did for the door, and make sure the lines around the sides and the bottom are the same width, roughly, of your brush. Clean brush, couple of taps, scribble it inside. Scribble it inside. There you go. And it kind of pushes it in, you see, that way. I'll let you do that first. You can see which piece I've worked on there, can't you? Yeah, so Eve, make sure your boat is sat horizontal. Your line was doing this. Make sure it's horizontal to sit it in place. I love how this is going to be all soft and fuzzy, just like me. Couple more examples of grey into play, just while you're working. Just have a quick glance up for me, folks, and I'll stop. We're going to go from the underneath of the gondola, follow the shape of it, and then go across the edge of the wall. Look at the width of the line here, straight across the bridge, the bottom of the bridge. like so. Where the doorway is, make that line a bit wider. Where the gondola is, make it a bit wider. But can you see what I've done? Let me come back with the camera a bit. So I've gone all the way across, made it wider here for the door, made it wider there. Make it wider for the bridge. Simply clean your brush, a couple of taps, you get loads of water to really scrub it. If you've got blending blades, use them. If you find your paint's dried up too much, that'll reactivate the colour. But you can just basically, look, water, 2 taps, no more, no less. Fade it down. Keep going into it, look. Keep revisiting it. This is the 3rd time in the water for me. 2 taps. Don't forget next week's workshop, as well as doing the painting, we're having a 30-minute Matthew's Hints and Tips and Q&A session afterwards, which is exclusive for you guys that who book the workshop during this live broadcast or after the live broadcast. So you need to be booking on. You'll get a second link to that one. So any questions you've got about blending anything, I will be there for you live as a problem solving session. That's nice. That's had about 5 coats of water on there. Fabulous. You just need to be booked on to that. Okay, so it's the normal workshop next week plus that added 30, maybe 40-minute exclusive Q&A hints and tips session, which is very much purely down to the fact that it is the big anniversary. Yes, you need to put yourself in for that. You really do. Look at these pencil lines. Look at these brush lines. They're not perfect. It doesn't have to be. We're talking Venice, folks. It's not a perfect place. It's a bit crooked here and there. Got a bit of character to it. It's all part of the fun of it. It is. Love a bit of Venice. But just make sure you keep adding water. Get that fading down. You don't really see reflections in Venice because it's the sea. The sea's too active. You don't get reflections. We mentioned this on the virtual painting holiday that we did last summer, if you remember. I was talking about that. So yeah, something a little bit special there. Oh yeah. Couple more shadows to add. First of all, again, it's the same grey on the tissue. Let's just pop in a line that goes underneath that window. Okay. This one here wants to go underneath and up the side a bit. That one's like an L shape. You'll see where we're going with these ones a bit later. Clean your brush. Couple of quick taps on tissue and then use water to spread those away. Across to the side, down to nothing. Look, scribble it. I'm kind of encouraging you to work a bit looser here. Reason being because I don't mind having rough lines, harsh lines, because it's Venice. So as you blend it away, scribble it. It gives the wall character and a bit of charm. And then, just quickly want to show you this, then I'll stop. Down at the bottom here, where the wall meets the... Mixing more grey. where the wall meets the ground. I just need to paint a thin line. Again, make sure it's as wide as the brush all the way along that wall. Can you see it goes slightly up the side of the gondola as well? And all the way across to the bridge. Clean your brush, a couple of taps, and then put your brush and scribble it up. It's going to give us some shadow. Look. Again, if it leaves a few marks and lines, it's all part of the character. But it'll push that wall back and bring that area forward, if that makes sense. So you can see that. Again, if you've got any hard lines you're not happy with, it's just a case of getting water, a couple of quick taps, and I'm just going to smooth that out a bit. It depends how much of a perfectionist you are, really, with this kind of work. For me, I know Venice quite well. I've been there quite a few times, and I know what it's like. It's got a lot of character. So all these marks and lines are all, you know, kind of part of it. Just to help your water have a little bit more of a watery feel, let's just slightly dilute the grey. Get the palette back in a sensible place. So just adding a bit of water to the grey, so it's a little bit paler. So if you look at the original grey and I compare it to this one, you can see it's much paler, yeah, much lighter. And again, a little bit on the tissue. It's still a number 6 brush, so a bit dry brush. And all I want to do is add a bit of motion to the water. Let me show you what I mean by motion. Hold your brush quite loose. Have a practice and just do little horizontal lines. Forward, back, forward, back. Just keep your brush moving. Forward and back, forward and back. Make sure you do that little sort of tap on the tissue. Just rock the water like that, and it goes over those reflections that you've added. And can you see it puts a bit of ripple? Okay, again, it's all about being a little bit lighter with your colour. And little horizontal lines. And this goes right up. And you can do as much or as little of this as you like. Sort of look back at the picture and think, you know, I just want to put a bit more. It's a bit blank there, I'll put a bit more there. So it's little horizontal flicks, basically. And it helps the water have more of a reflective feel. But remember, it's rare to see reflection in Venice purely because it is the sea. The canals are the sea, and it's always moving, and it's just how it is with the sea. There you go. Fabulous. Beautiful. So again, little horizontal lines. Don't forget to do it in a dry brush fashion. That's your secret, folks. Looking good. We've certainly captured what's in my mind so far. We've got a bit of rustic. We've got these loose edges. It's all going to sharpen up later. This is pretty much exactly how, if I zoom back with the camera, how this one started off. The Parisian cafe that we did back in February time. But it's when you pull in all this detail, which will come later, when it really makes most sense. So just enjoy it. Hello to Georgina. You've been at an event today. Yeah, lots of people aren't with us today, so it means Saturday. Barbara's watching on her iPad. Something else that's quite nice in the water, once it's dry, and it needs to be dry before you do this, if you've got a pretty sharp craft knife, and a few people said to me recently, where do you get your knife from? Well, I got quite a large box of these a couple of years ago when I worked at a craft show in Birmingham, NEC. I was doing demonstrators and I got them. So that's where they came from. But I recently picked up this, which is quite reasonable. We can't sell knives on the website because we have to have a license for it. So here, I picked this up off Amazon. It's got a lifetime guarantee, this knife. It's made by a company called Blue Spot. And they're about £4 or £5, and you get a really sharp knife with a cap, and you get a pack of 5 blades as well. That's really nice. Really nice quality blade there. So if you want to pick up something nice and sharp, then try a Blue Spot soft grip precision knife. There you go. About £4 or £5 UK, something like that. Wasn't expensive. But what we're going to do is make sure this is dry. So it's really important before we do this. And I've got my trusty hairdryer here, which I'm going to turn on, which will turn the audio off because it treats it as background noise. So I'm just going to give it a dry. So I'm just drying it off basically. There we go. And then using this craft knife, I want to do some horizontal scratches. That's up to you. Make sure these are horizontal, by the way. Right up to the edge of the bridge. Over that darkness. And it just helps to give a bit of character to the water. Keep your lines horizontal, go right up to the edge of the wall with this. And look, if it rips a big piece off, it adds to it. It's a very natural thing to do. on your paint, and it goes up to the base of the gondola as well, which is quite nice. It just puts a bit of sparkle in your water. Please do feel free to add that. That is a great thing to do, a nice addition to do. Mary Kelly has to leave because you're having your hair done. We'll catch up later. Well, thanks for being there, Mary. Again, Saturday is proving to be a bit of an awkward day for a lot of people, but the fact you can enjoy this at your leisure is not a major issue. So yes, thank you. Barbara Alexandra sent a lovely photograph. She's got a huge collection of wonderful paintings on your wall that you've done with me on virtual classes, including the scene of Venice there that we did on the virtual painting retreat last summer. Nice, beautiful. It's nice to see. That's the kind of thing I want to get next week. I want to see some of your pictures and just a nice little bit of interaction is what it's all about. It's going to be good. It's going to be good. Yeah, it's a really nice quality knife. This, it's got some weight to it as well. So these blue spot ones, and you get a pack of blades. That was from Amazon UK. I think it was no more than £7 anyway. It was a really nice little high quality sort of craft tool, as it were. Carol's got to go walkabouts again for a little while. These workshops fantastic for me because I can pause you. Yeah, if only my wife could do that, she'd be pretty happy, to be honest. Yes, she would. Let's start to bring in some detail, folks. We shall be taking a lunch break in about 15 minutes. That's the current UK time. There you go. Live currently UK is about 12:15. We'll be taking a break about past for half an hour. Lunch break, breakfast break, wherever you are in the world. People from all over the place. March, Matthew, did you do a workshop on the Banbury Castle with the phone box, or is that a demo on Watercolour TV? That was painted on a painting holiday, so it doesn't actually exist. I am planning to do a Watercolour TV version of that picture. So as a member, you will see the picture coming up fairly soon. What picture am I talking about? You can just see it at the bottom of the screen there, next to the pinball machine. This one, let me zoom in a bit closer for you. Sort of that one there, the one with the castle on. It's not focusing very well, is it? But yeah, that one is will be coming up soon. Brilliant. Right down to the palette. Let's make some few more colours then, folks. Get the camera back. There we are. Number 6 brush again is kind of the go-to brush here. Few colours, new colours. First of all, I want a very strong grey, a very heavy grey. I've kind of run out of what I had. So I've got a thick blue blob of paint on the brush. Again, you can use natural grey for this. I've got a bit of water here to mix it in. So a strong grey is what I'm after here. Then you add that little bit of red, remember? So it kind of goes a little bit on the purple side. There it is. And then you drop in little bits of yellow. And it's the yellow that turns the colour grey. Now, if it goes a bit green, it needs more red. But you can see, look, it's a strong grey. It wants to be quite heavy at this point. Don't be afraid of the strength in colour here, folks. Secondly, I want a bit of a a brown, a dark brown colour, rusty colour. Feel free to use dark skin tone. Again, quite strong with this. So put the yellow in first. Quite heavy with the mixture. So it's yellow first. Add red, lots of red. So you get a nice, vibrant, fiery orange colour. You can see that there, quite a rich colour. And then add a little bit of blue to this. And what the blue will do is that'll turn the colour more towards a brown. Feel free to use dark skin tone for this, okay? If you do this and yours is not rusty brown enough, add a bit more red to the colour. But that's the colour, like a deep sort of brown tone. Quite strong mixtures, yeah? So it's yellow, it's red, lots of red, and then a little bit of blue. Or dark skin. Here we've got the grey, which is blue, with red makes purple, add a bit of yellow. If it goes green, then you add a bit more red. If it goes brown, which you can do, add a bit more blue. So those two colours, nice and strong. Number 6 brush, if your brush is pointy enough. If your brush is pointy enough. Peter says, my computer says 1219. Yeah, so Peter, it depends on your internet connection. But sometimes there can be up to a 1 or 2 minute delay. It depends on your internet connection. For me, I've got a bit of a device that tells me how much of a delay, and it's currently 7 seconds from me to broadcasting out to YouTube Premium. However, if your connection's a bit slow maybe, or you started a bit late or something, there's a bit of a delay. But currently here in the UK, the time as I stand here now, this second, is spot on there, 12:21. That's the current time. That is bang on, that time. Live. So you can do a test. You can see how good your internet connection is. That was 12:21 UK. There you go. Now, back to this. So if your brush is pointy, great. If not, you might want to contemplate having a rigger brush, maybe handy, or something like this one, which is a branch and detail brush. It depends on you and how you like to work. Not essential, but if you've got a detail brush, then you might want to use it. Or a rigger brush, or a small brush or something of that nature. These are for £20. These are an essential purchase, folks. If you've not got these, how many people are using these branch and detail brushes? These are lovely tools, aren't they? Gorgeous brushes. Look at them. These are small and large. How many people are using them? Let me know in the chat. Let me know on email. So if you want more precision out of your picture at this point, then it might be worth having a branch and detail brush or a rigger brush handy. Okay. Marchand says it's 8:21 in Florida, so that's the same kind of time, and so we're okay. Joan says it's 5:22 here. Crikey, you guys are up nice and early, aren't you, for these? I'm very grateful. March has got the small but lost the large. Carol's using it as well. So if you just want to get a bit more detail, then it's not a bad brush to have at hand. What we're going to do with this is start with the brown. Now I'm going to use the number 6 brush. It's okay for this, but I've got the knowledge and the confidence that the rigger brush or the branch brush is hanging around in the background. The brown is the colour I'm going to use first. Let's get back to the picture then, shall we? And we're working a bit close in, so this is going to do a bit of framework for us with this sign here. Again, I always have the kitchen paper handy, especially if I'm using a bigger brush, because I can rotate it over the tip. And the sign is going to be painted in first. And the way we're going to do the sign is outline it. Now, if you want to rotate your board at any time, so an outline, okay, and then with the same colour on the inside, loosely leaving a bit of a lighter frame. It doesn't matter, but if you happen to leave a few lighter streaks here and there, then it will give a bit of character. Yes, we shall put some text on this, some Italian. we'll do that, but we'll get to that later. So I'm just basically going in, and you can see I've kind of filled it in. It's got a bit of a random framework to it. At the same time as doing this, I'm also going to go around the doorway with the same colour. Now the top line, or the lintel, is a little bit longer. Can you see I've stretched it a bit wider? And then there's this little frame here which goes in. Now this is a nice sort of rich sort of tan colour almost, coming down here, down the edge, like so. Again, I'm resting on my paper, folks. Use whatever brush is comfy to you. If you've got your number 6 brush, you want to be rotating it over the tissue, and you want to be coming down all sides of that doorway. The doorway is obviously open, and that kind of goes there. Now I wouldn't say it at the bottom because I've got the table in the way, but that's also going to apply to the windows. As this window, it's going to go have along a top and bottom on the window, so like a windowsill and a lintel. You see what I mean? Does that make sense? Just almost there, folks, and I'll let you do it. Down here as well, the framework that goes around the window, right, like so. There we go, looking good. So I'll stop there and I'll let you get to that stage. So try and be a little bit crisper. Look how vibrant the colour is. If your colour's too pale, make it thicker, make it stronger, make it darker. Georgina's got an art question not connected with today's workshop. I've done a painting, the wash went on great. I'm using your paints and paper. I'm not happy with the colour of the wash. I need to be a bit brighter. The wash was dark skin tone and brown. My question is, can I put another wash over the top? If so, what would work on the current wash? So yeah, so watercolour, you can sort of layer up, wash upon wash upon wash upon wash until it works. That's what watercolour is. So it depends on what colour you're trying to capture, but if you've got some lemon yellow, which is an opaque yellow kinda, and mix it with a bit of natural red, the orange would brighten it up. That'd brighten it up for you. As long as it's transparent, you can keep going and going. Use bright pigments as well. Now, me personally, I think I want to add a bit of a sign or something to this little coffee shop or whatever. So feel free to add some random little signs which will give it added character. You can see it's just a little rectangular shape there, and then on the inside of that I'm just going to fill it in with, like I did with the top sign, you know. So if it happens to randomly leave a bit of a line, then it's fine. But it just gives a bit of interest, don't it, to your cafe. Now, the door's open, so to get the impression of the door, I'm just going to add another line on the inside of the right side of the doorway. So it's just a line. Imagine that's the edge of the door as it's swung all the way back. Yeah, does that make sense? It's like a double line, so as though it's completely opened up. And just take a moment to make sure that your lines are nice and crisp, and you can go over them again. And you know, it's all part of the character of watercolour. Like we were just saying to Georgina, you can easily revisit your paint at any time. That's kind of the vibe, actually. That email you've sent there, Georgina, is kind of what we're going for next week on the 2nd anniversary. So as well as doing the workshop, after the live workshop's ended, say, you know, sort of 3 p.m. time, whatever it is, there'll be another 30 to 40-minute live broadcast where you can ask questions just like that. That is a one-off, something that I'm doing for the 2nd anniversary. But you need to book in during this broadcast right now. They're the people that's going to get that, so you need to book your space for next week if you've not already, folks. Whether that's pre-booking or not. We are getting towards 90% full for that one, so it's obviously a popular one that you guys are warming to, which I'm very grateful for, obviously. Now, if I just jump into the palette for a second, folks, and take some of that brown, which I've still got, lift it out, pop it in a separate area, and dilute the colour quite a lot, quite a bit. So look at the colour. Can you see it's gone nice and pale? Very pale colour. Feel free to add a bit of extra red to that colour to make it more like a sort of red brick colour. But can you see, if I come back with the camera a touch for you, can you see how I've massively diluted? I've kept the colour because it'd be useful, but I've lifted some out and diluted it 4 or 5 times. Wipe it on the tissue a little bit, number 6 brush, and then what I want to do, very simply, is start to put a little bit of brickwork. Now, you only see the brickwork in Venice in a couple of places, and it tends to be on the bridge. You tend to get a bit of exposed brick on the bridge. So using this colour, just notice I'm sort of following some sort of shape to what I've painted here as well. I can just add some random little bits of brick, little flicks. You also get it as well, if I come down a touch, on the water's edge. You get a bit of exposed brick on the water's edge. And these are little teeny weeny horizontal lines, nothing fancy, right up to the edge of the gondola, of course, but make sure your colour is quite pale. And I also added a touch extra red. Does that make sense? Little horizontal lines. On this one I've gone up following the bridge, but horizontal here because I've got that little sort of shape that changes direction. You can work that out into the vignette as well, so that's quite nice that you can do that. It's also worth adding a couple of little like a second coat of these over the top again, so it gives more charm to that area. But that's a very diluted version of the same brown with a little bit extra red, but very pale, folks, very pale. So yeah, you can wash over any colour. I mean, reds are good colours for washing over the top, like natural red's good. Lemon yellow is quite nice because it's slightly opaque as well. I mean, if you paint a tree that's too dark green, a bit of lemon yellow brightens it up massively, so that's quite a nice one. Now, as we all know, Venice has lots of character, lots of bits of plaster coming off the walls, lots of exposed bricks. So once you've done this line of brick across the wall and up over the bridge, my advice to you, and I'll just grab your attention for a second while I show you this, is to dilute it a little bit more. So it's had a couple more blobs of water. Let's look at the colour now. There it is. Use that colour. So it's very pale, I can't stress enough. Use that colour to put some random texture and little bits of brick that are just slightly poking through the render or have fallen off. These are literally just horizontal lines which are very pale in colour, and they randomly go anywhere but very, very pale. Please go lighter than what you've just done. Test it out first. But yeah, it's nice to do this. And these always are just a little bit of random brickwork. I mean, in Venice, most buildings are rendered of some kind, but all that render started to, fall off. And it's all part of the charm, as we've mentioned a few times today, of the place, So little horizontal flicks. Try and group the flicks together. If you look at this briefly, just for a split second, if I was to just paint the occasional little brick here and there, it doesn't look right, does it? But if you start to do little groups of these horizontal flicks, it looks more natural. And it looks more like brickwork. And I love how you can get them coming from the side of the doorway and the side of the cafe. So these little horizontal flicks need to go, in my opinion, they always look nice when they're attached to an object. What I mean by that is they're attached to the door frame. Or at the top of the picture, they're coming out from the edge of the windows that we've not painted yet. So little groups of little flicks, and it just puts a bit of charm. If you've got like a bit of an ugly grey splodge somewhere, like this one here, then do a bit more brickwork over the top of the ugly grey splodge, and it will make it look less of an ugly grey splodge. Are you with me? Nice, that, isn't it? Isn't that good? It gives rusticness to it. Rusticness. That's the word of the day, folks. Loving that. Right, I want to let you do your rusticness with a very pale colour. And just briefly, let me get the camera in a better position. You're seeing a bit of my store colour there, aren't you? Let me try. I'm not a professional cameraman. Yeah, I can tell. Right, sorry about that, folks. It was a bit out there. I was a bit out there, but I'm back. Anyway, now I'll pop that back on screen. It's now just gone 12:35 UK time. We're going to take a 35-minute break. Give you time to put your bricks on, catch up a little bit, get a sandwich, get a coffee, get a brew, get a nice Italian coffee. Now you're talking. Glass of wine. What's that stuff that you have? It's like an orangey stuff that you have in the bars in Venice. What's it called? It's like an alcoholic drink. Bit like martini type stuff. I can't think of the name of it. I'm sure you can. Asprol or something maybe. I don't know. But anyway, forget that. We're going to be back in 35 minutes, folks. In the meantime, this is what we're talking about. Next week's workshop, because we're back to weekly workshops again now after having a couple of breaks. This is the last Saturday workshop. Sundays are getting back after this one. So the reason it's not next Sunday is purely because, there you go, Asprol, something. The reason we're not here next Sunday is because it is Mother's Day UK. So we're doing Saturday the 26th, Paint a Beautiful Springtime Still Life with daffodils against an old stone wall. Second anniversary special one, which means not only do you stand the chance of winning one of these prizes, there's 6 prizes to give away, a huge pack of 50 sheets of paper, some brushes, some signed DVDs, signed books, some paint and brushes, and an original Matthew Palmer painting of a bird, which is a painting what I did a few days ago. So I'm giving this away. There it is. It's a gold finch or a green finch. I'm giving that away to somebody. Yeah, excited. And also, if you book in while you're here watching this workshop, either via the link on the email or via the link in the description, you stand the chance. No, you don't. You are. Everybody's in on this. There's going to be a after workshop party, which is me giving you a few hints and tips, a bit of a light-hearted chat where you can bring in your questions. Feel free to submit them before if you can't make it live to that email address. Just put the title art question for after show party. And it'll be questions, Q&A, a bit of a chat about the past 2 years and things like that. And that'll come on a separate link as well. So that's going to be really cool. But you need to book in while you're watching this workshop, okay? You need to book a space. So please do. So we will be back. We will be back very soon. I'll let you fiddle with your brickwork. I love that red tinge. Current time, 12:40. So we'll be back at 1:15 UK time. That's 35 minutes. That'll just give you a little bit of time to fiddle with your bricks, if you know what I mean. There's the famous Lego clock. So at 1:15 UK time, we'll be back, folks. In the meantime, get yourself booked in for the workshop for next week, Saturday. It's the last time it'll be a Saturday for a while. It'll be back to Sundays after. So I hope you can book a space. That'd be really good. Please do come back, because we tend to lose a few people at this point. Do come back to finish off this one. It's going to be a cracker. If your painting is not working for you, it's very much early days. You need to keep calm and carry on. Pop that up there. Public safety message. And we'll be back in about 30-35 minutes, okay? I will leave that on screen for you. See you in a bit. Right, well, here we are then. We're back, folks. We're back, and we're going to crack on. So, hope you had a nice, relaxing break, and it's now time to move on. So, we're starting to get into this, get the detail in, working on the top windows, and all those nice little bits that just will make this have character and rustic charm. Don't forget you can get in touch at any time on this email address, folks. It's there for you to enjoy and use. So, cracking on then. So nice and close in to this area. The first thing I want to do is I want to paint in that boat, actually. So if we head quickly down to the palette, we'll try and get that camera to slightly better position. It seems to keep moving a little bit. There's a ghost in the studio. Ghost in the machine. Number 6 brush, if it's pointy enough, is perfect. What colours have we got in the palette? Just a refresher, recap. We've got this brown colour, which is great. We've also got this strong grey colour, which is quite heavy. That strong grey colour is what we're going to be using next. But what I want to do is just take a little blob of it, pop it to one side, and do the dilution. So we do have a lighter grey, which I will pop just over there. So you can see, if you compare this light grey here to the strong grey there, you can see the difference quite clearly, can't you? Carol A is using a branching detail brush. It took me a while to get used to using them. And the sky and cloud brushes, I love them now. I'm 25 minutes behind with all my walkabouts, but looking good. So far, so good. Yeah, folks, why don't you send me a progress report of your picture? Simply just a case of drop it on this email address. Let's have a look at it. Give you a shout out. Right. So first of all, that really strong grey. Whichever brush you're comfortable with at the end of the day. What we need to do is we need to come all the way down this back edge and all the way down that edge of the gondola. So it's like a line, it's like a swan, like a swan's neck. So it comes from the top, it's the strong grey here, remember the strong grey, and it comes all the way down like so, a single line. Then what you do is you use that same strong grey and you continue that line down here. Now just notice that I'm not painting, let me get close in, I've left a little bit intentionally, which is that piece there. That's the lighter grey, you see. Now when you paint this section, try and leave a thin impression of a light line. But remember, this is strong grey, natural grey, or the mixture of grey. And it just sits nicely on the water, like so. If you want to pop a little bit of dark reflection, then please do just pop some little, let me get the camera down there actually. Feel free to drop in a few horizontal lines that start to represent a little bit of a reflection. Can you see what I mean by that? Just a little bit of horizontal lineage. So that's that section. The top section of the boat, if you stick with me, is also in this same colour. But what we do here is we paint it in about halfway-ish, maybe even a bit less than halfway, can you see? Clean the brush, couple of taps on the tissue, and then use water just to lighten that down. So I'm just dragging it so it's got a slightly lighter appearance, if that makes sense. Feel free to add little bits of detail there, you know, like little bits of things, stuff. Can you see what I mean by stuff? Now, the reason we've left that light edge, because I'm going to use this lighter grey to paint that piece in. It's more like a metallic colour, like a silver, like a sort of polished metal, so that's going to go in with a slightly lighter grey. There you go. So that's your gondola pretty much gone in. I'll let you work on that, folks, and then I'll just give you a few tweaks. Feel free to skip back on that and watch it again. I'm going to stop now and give you a bit of time to paint that in. It's not a complicated thing to do. by any means. Now, if you want to just add a little teeny weeny little bit of finishing detail to this, with that same strong grey, my advice to you, and you might want to use a different brush here, is paint a thin line down the edge of the... I'll move my hand in a minute. So you probably want to use a different brush here, folks, but I'm painting a thin line down the edge of the boat. Can you see? And add a bit of detail. Think about adding a bit of a line across here, almost on a slight angle. It helps to give the boat depth. Can you see those little lines? It just helps to give a bit of interest. You can always go back in with the darker grey and pop a second coat in just at the bottom there, just to make it a bit darker. But pretty much that's it for the boat. Keep it simple. Let me get closer in. So adding, if you've got a rigger brush or a branching detail brush, then use it. If not, hold your brush like a pencil and just pop that shadow. You can probably see I've just popped the shadow underneath those metallic parts of the boat. Quite often the windows in Venice have these nice, almost like a lead or like a metallic mesh over them. So whichever brush you decide works here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to paint in a line down the center of that window. Okay, this is in grey. Closer in for you. And then I'm going to have a go at painting in a very loose sort of leaded effect. We've all seen these leaded windows. I'm not counting them, but what I will do is turn the board in a different direction for doing the opposite side. With it being a vignette, I don't need to be too precise about them. Like the little diamond shaped windows. You've all seen the leading, and quite often these are how they are in Venice. So if I turn that back the right way, can you see how that's given quite a nice, love it, nice effect, Jeff? Hello. Print that now. Quite big. Ordering online. Anything to affect it. Nice one. Yeah, yes, fine, yeah, yeah. Yeah, she is, but she's not very many stuff. Nothing to do with stuff. Oh, a little bit. She's a football today, so yeah, definitely. Sure will. Yeah, you take care. Have a nice time on yours. Cheers. Sorry. Yeah, so you can do the same thing on that little window as well. You know, one at the top. Again, it all depends on you and what brush, that kind of thing. So again, I tend to use this number 6 brush, but I twist it. A sneaky little trick here, folks, is we've got some new brushes coming out in the next few weeks, which are super point brushes. I've not told you that, so watch out for them. Watch out for them. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to outline the inside of this section, because I want a little bit more detail there, I feel. So I'm just going to go around it. I'm resting on my paper. I would also think I'd do the same on this as well. I just go around the outside with this dark. It's like it's not so much a lead work. If you look at images of Venice, they often have like sort of metal almost like a cage over the top of the windows. It's part of the character of the place. And then I'd probably, on that one, maybe pop a line down the middle as well. And then again, have a little think about doing the... And you can see I'm not counting. I'm not being too precise about them. But I would rotate the board to make the job easier for doing the other side. And just pop them on. And it's like a little bit of detail work at the top. It's not going to be anything fancy. It's not going to be precise. You don't want to count how many there is. If you're the kind of person that does that, likes to count, then I'm sure you would do that. But for me, it's not about that. I popped a grey line under there as well just to help things along. Sorry, you didn't see that, did you? There we go. I was just going to say I popped a grey line just under here. And while I'm close into the sign with the grey, I just want to outline with grey just a bit of an inner frame, like so. Can you see I just put a grey line around? I'd do the same on the little chalkboard or whatever we decide it to be as well. So that's just a little bit of detail. Let me zoom back for the camera and you can see those little bits of detail that I've added. It starts to pull the picture together. Again, it's all to do with what brush works for you, how comfortable are you with a small brush, etc, etc. So it's in your hands. In your hands, yeah, nice. Like that. Right, we've got some emails through. Irene. Started late, can you please check my sketch? That's all good, Irene. I will reply to you because you probably are working a couple of hours behind. But it's all good. Susan Smith has sent a progress report. Looking good. So this is the time now. We start to add the detail that the picture starts to make sense. Looking good, Susan Smith. So is Jackie's. Please tell me how this is going so far. It's just loading up. It's looking nice, Jackie. Yes, beautiful. Love the depth you've got in those doorways and windows. Really works well. Campari, that's the stuff. Looking on the chat. Yeah, nice, Jackie. Peter Kimberley, yours is coming through as well. Again, folks, think about the brush you're using here. Are you using a detail brush? Are you using a more a larger brush? Peter's gone for a red surround, which works well. Looking nice, Peter. Ready for your detail. Carol App's the same as well. Ready for this bit. Adding the lead to the windows, that kind of thing, really does make quite a substantial difference to the picture. And you can see I've not been too precise about adding this grey lead work. Sandy Dukes. Dukes. Not sure which way to pronounce it. But your picture is looking lovely. Nice brickwork on that one. March Ann, loving it so far, says March. Nice. Excellent. Carol Barnes. Ah, beautiful, Carol. Yeah. Carry on. Crack on. Looking good. Nice, neat, Carol. Carol's got a nice, neat style. Right, few comments just to catch up on while you're popping them bits of detailing, folks. First of all, Christian, just booked for next Saturday, looking forward to it, and the after party next week is a brilliant idea. Well, I hope you're going to enjoy it. Dawn was hoping to paint live today, but fighting a migraine. Well, I hope you're feeling better soon. Andrew, me too. There's, of course, another celebration later on with the new Watercolour TV launch. Yeah, there is. Yeah, we're just ironing out a few little last-minute problems on the website, folks, before we go live. So it shouldn't be too long. And Sandy, yes, Matthew puts a lot of thought and effort into keeping everyone happy and entertained. Yeah, well, I like to, and I've said this a few times. I mean, there's not many people in the live broadcast now, but I'm really just worrying me that these things are going to stop because people are getting back to normality. So do keep that support up, folks. If you really want to show your support, then keep booking these workshops. Book a block booking is always a good way to make me sleep better at night. So yes, hope you are going to be joining us next time. Let's carry on with more detail then on this picture. So the next thing for me is to put the lamp in and put the railings on. Now again, colour wise, it's going to be using the greys that we've got in the palette. For me personally, it's a case of deciding what colour you would use and what colour works better for you. So we've got that strong grey, which is the colour what I'm going to be using still, but it's all about the brush. Think about which brush you're going to use as well. Think about which brush you're going to use. If you're struggling to use a number 6 brush, then think about using a branch and detail brush. So I've got the grey on the brush again. It's good to rotate the brush over the tissue there. And we're going to pop some railings in and a few little bits of detail, the lamp, that kind of thing. So the first thing that I want to do is I want to use this pointy brush and I want to paint along the edge of this bridge to make it look a bit crisper. Can you see that? That's the first thing. And then at the bottom of the bridge, I also want to paint with this strong grey. Again, hold your brush like a pen, come around the bridge, add a second one of these lines. You kind of get a pivot of your wrist when you do this. Archways, I tend to anyway, and same there as well. So just basically outline. See the outline that I've added? It gives it a bit of detail, and also I would suggest coming down here and, you know, just add a bit of interest down the edge of the wall, and even personally I would go along the top of this wall all the way to the boat, of course. This is just a grey. It's a sharpen up technique. So what I've done is I've gone around the edge of the wall down here and along there. Now, if you prefer to use a finer brush, then please do use a finer brush. Even just while I'm in the doorway, just add a couple of little downward lines. Now, if you look at my brush, you'll see it's quite dry at this point. So I'm adding a couple of downward lines inside that door to help it look as though there's something happening in there. A few horizontal lines. But can you see how it's quite dry as a brush now? My brush is quite dry. So can you see these little sort of up and down lines? Very incidental. It's as though you're looking into the depth, aren't you, basically? So it's adding a bit of character, almost making your brush go a bit spiky when you do this. And that spiky brush with the grey on, you could also come into the wall of the bridge here, looking at a bit of Venetian charm under the archway. And anyway, with a spiky brush, just think about adding some character lines. Can you see these lines? Just random little bits of dark texture anywhere around your painting. Doesn't matter over the bridge, as long as you follow the direction. Can you see I'm following the direction of the archway of the bridge? And even on this wall here, look, you put little bits of character on, put little bits of dry brush, just anywhere where your picture's looking a bit blank, a bit bland. Get this grey that's almost dry and just add a bit of character, add a bit of dry brush to it, because it's going to give character to it, folks, and that's what I'm trying to get here. So please don't be afraid to go in. And the effect I'm trying to achieve, if I get close to the camera, is kind of that. So if you're getting that effect, this very dry effect, that's exactly what I want you to do on this. I want you to whiz around, even up the piece at the top. Obviously we've still got to paint those windows up there, around the back of the sign, and it's just all, you can go horizontal, you can go vertical, you can work in the bridge, you can work under the arch, and it's giving character and texture. Let me leave all that on screen for you, folks. I'll give you a little bit of time to fiddle, faff, tweak and adjust. Beautiful. Joan says, please continue the virtual lesson so many of us can't attend in person. Yeah, we will not stop booking as long as you keep doing them. Stop worrying. Peter says, when you do live workshops, will you be carrying on with these? Absolutely. So there's no live workshops, in-person workshops actually happening until September, because lots of people just aren't booking them. These are dominating. So these, you get so much more out of these virtual workshops than you do in-person ones. For one, you've not got to travel. Two, you get that nice high definition quality, you get close-ups of the palettes, and as you can see here, so you get a lot of advantages to doing them virtually. You can re-watch it, which you can't do in normal workshops. So there's a lot of reasons why these workshops are more suitable for people, and there has been it's leveled out on the amount of people that are booking. It's leveled out a little bit, I'll be honest. There's not as many people booking that were booking like this time last year, but people are still booking them. So do keep that support going, folks. Keep paying that £10. It's not much, is it? It's a coffee and a cake. It makes me sleep easy, and a lot of work goes into these, as I'm sure you can probably imagine. A lot of energy goes into them. It's these bits that have the biggest impact on the picture. Just a simple thing like adding that dry brush inside that doorway. Look, I've put extra inside the top of the doorway and over the brickwork, and this is why watercolour paper has this nice texture, to allow this to happen. Well, and yeah, it's kind of more of the same, really. Let's get up to the lamp, shall we? Again, if you want to put a bit more um, effort into the detail, then please feel free. But while we've got this dry brush thing happening, let's look at this lamp and just pop in a couple of diagonal lines to make it look like glass. Can you see that? That scratchy line effect. And in this window here, these windows, if you've got a really spiky brush, very carefully add a couple of those lines over the top. It kind of makes it look as though it's reflecting something from somewhere. But all the time this is on your brush, this dry brush, you can really go in and control texture and add little bits of detail, little lines to areas, and just, yeah, it's all to do with making it look a bit rustic, a little bit full of character. You can see that, can't you? If you want to get a greater sense of depth in your water as well, while you've got a dry brush at hand, have a go at doing some downward lines. You've seen that happen before, especially where those posts are. You can make the post reflect. And like where the doorway is, let me get the camera down to the water. Where the doorway is, if you was to line it up with the dark part of the doorway, you almost make it look as though you've got a reflection. Can you see? You've got to be very careful with those, not to go crazy with them. But it's surprising what a difference that actually makes to it. Never fails, does it, to make it look like the water's got a drop to it. Dry brush is basically what it is. Spike the brush. I'm just going to pop some little horizontal lines under the archway of the bridge, which will get closer together as they get towards the top. Can you see those? Just helps it look as though there's a bit of shape to that bridge. Again, all using a dry spiked brush, which is a spiked brush. You could also, actually, just one final thing to mention, you could also go in and just pop some little bits of extra dark along the edge of the water. It all helps. Every little helps. There we go. Pat Adams says the gratification of producing a painting has become your normal, every week. Yeah, me too. And it was so so it's become so nice to actually have this weekly painting session, and the fact we've missed a couple of weeks is, I know a few people were concerned that he's going to go to fortnightly. I'm not. It's going to be weekly. These things. It was just because of how it worked out. And as March says, when we do occasionally miss a week, you go back and purchase another one. Right. That's looking good. Really is looking nice. I love the character of it. And if you've been to Venice, you'll know that some of the canals are quite narrow. There's a lot of bridges. There's a load of bridges around Venice. But you quite often just kind of roll up down a street and you end up with literally a dead end and water. So you have to sort of backtrack. And this is very much, it reminds me of the little cafes in the back streets of Venice. Very nice little quaint places. And that's exactly what I'm trying to capture here for you on this watercolour. Now with that grey, I'm going to put the lamp and the railings in next. So let me show you. It's just a case of fill it in. If you need to mix more grey, it's the three primary colours, of course. So it's the blue, with a bit of red, so let me just sorry, I had to reconnect the camera there. All the perils of live streams. Okay, so let's recap the grey. It's basically thick blue first. So strong, heavy blue is your first mission, and then you pop the red, remember, so you get purple, or just buy natural grey. Natural grey is ready to go, and then you put the yellow in, and the yellow turns it grey. There it is. I'm going to turn that over actually so we've got a clean sheet to work on, nice and strong with the colour. There is a good strong grey, and we're going to use that grey to add that nice bit of detail to the lamp and various other things as well. Now again, it's up to you which brush you use, but if you've got a pointy brush, then do make use of it. And I'm going to pop the lamp in, which has got the little hat on the top. We're going to pop a line up the centre and a little bit of a spot at the top to make it look a bit more interesting. There it is, a bit more fancy, as it were. And then we do the lines that come down the side, 1, 2 and 3. Now on the bottom of the lamp, let me get close in for you, just add a couple of horizontal lines and think about adding a bit of another triangular shape. It's up to you really, but you can make it as fancy as you want, can't you? Really, it's your call. Nice strong bit of grey is the secret to that. Don't be afraid to use strong colours, will you? It does help, if you've not got a very small brush, it does help to rotate it over kitchen paper. But if you've got rigger brushes and various things at this point, they are going to be quite useful. We're going to paint in the main post of this. Now that post is the highest one, and it will have the famous little sort of round ball on the top, as it were. And then you go into the railings. I would pop a second. If you've got, like me, that change in direction in the bridge, then I would add a second one with the ball on the top. Bugger the expense. You can do it. There you go. That's a nice railing, a nice Venetian railing. You can make it as fancy as you like. I mean, in the back streets, they don't tend to be quite as fancy as some of the sort of main areas of Venice, but they do have a fair bit of detail to some of them. But that works nice. I'll leave you to fiddle. Notice I've sort of not completed that because it kind of all fades off to the side, but that looks really good. Happy with that. Barbara's put, I definitely prefer Sundays for the virtual workshops. I've had so many interruptions today. I find Sundays more relaxing. We'll definitely keep booking though. Thanks for all your help and advice. Yeah, so me too. I mean, if you look back at the history of all the dates that we've done over the past 2 years, the virtual workshops, 99% of them, and bear in mind we've done quite a lot now, have been on a Sunday. It's just the occasional one that I've had to do on a Saturday because of family reasons, and tomorrow is a family reason, basically. So that's the reason why it's not tomorrow. But I'm sure you all appreciate sometimes the day has to change. But yes, next week's an exception because it's Mother's Day. But we shall be teaching on Sundays going forward, so at 100%. For me as well, because I'm seeing less people book on a Saturday than on a Sunday. So that's another reason, obviously. But even if it is a Saturday, you know, you can always kind of buy the workshop and kind of come back to it. There's just a little thing that's niggling me about this picture, and it's just the water line. I just want to take some of that grey and I just want to make it look a bit crisper. So I'm just going to go along that water's edge with a bit of grey and then just put a few slightly darker ripples. It's just to sharpen up the edge, that's all it is, folks, nothing fancy. And also add a second line of sort of detail, if you like, that runs along that wall. And the same there as well, it kind of goes through the bridge. It's got a bit of a step in it. Can you see that line? So I'll kind of put it across here, and then I've gone along there and down the bridge. And then once I put that line on, I will clean the brush, wipe it on the tissue, and I'll just ever so gently feather that line downwards, just a bit. It just helps it look as though it's got a bit of a, you know, a bit of fancy detail on. So cool. Can't go wrong, can you? Wonderful. So the post, I want to put the posts in. I've kind of got the colours what I want to use for the post. So down to the palette, I've got the brown here and the grey. So I can make use of those. If you've been to Venice, you've seen the post. We mentioned this at the start. Very much so. Very much so. A important part of Venice having these posts. That's the brown that we use for the door frame. It is a little bit dry now, so just a bit of water will add life back to it. Okay. So not too strong for that colour. So if you look at it there, you can see maybe dilute it a little bit compared to what it was at the start of the workshop. Start off with the grey. Start with the grey. Okay. Again, if you rotate it through some kitchen paper, you get that nice point on the brush. If you're using that brush, feel free to use any other brushes, rigger brushes, etc., etc. And what I want to do with the post is just paint a dark line down one side. Now, I'm not really bothered about where light's coming from. Where's your light coming from? Just going to pop a little bit of grey down. In my case, the left, that's because I can get to it easier. No other reason. Not at all. Come back a bit with that so you can see all of them. And then, of course, you've got the one that goes down here as well into the water. These are quite important features. So it's the grey first. So kind of painting almost half of it, I suppose, in grey. I mean, that one sits nicely in the water. Just make sure the paint's nice and strong. There it is. Then I'll pick up that brown after cleaning my brush. Slight wipe on tissue. And then what I'll do is just kind of fill it in that brown colour. So if I zoom really close into those, you can see me, I've got the brush wiped on tissue. When I put the brown on, I'm sort of going over the grey. And I'm working towards the opposite side. And they look quite natural. And they are literally very random posts. They're not pristine. In some parts of Venice, they are quite pristine. On some, like on the main, like around where the sort of Rialto bridges and that kind of thing. But not necessarily all of Venice has got these perfect posts. A lot of them are very natural looking, like that kind of thing. So try to blend in a little bit. The one that goes into the water while you've got brown on your brush, just add a bit of a downward line like that in the brown, so it just helps it look as though it's got a reflection. Can you see? Let me zoom back a bit and leave that on screen for you folks. We're on the top of this picture now and it's really coming together nice. It's amazing how these paintings do actually pop themselves together quite nicely. I just keep adding random little horizontal lines of grey in the water just to make it look a bit like you've got movement in your water, which is healthy. I'm just tinkering, fiddling. Nice. Peters says his gondola looks like a Viking boat. The Vikings make it to Venice. They may well have. Yeah, it's just whenever you've got a bit of grey on your brush, you can utilise it for so many things. And I just keep adding little extra bits of that dry brush that we spoke about, you know? Just in the water, little horizontal lines. It all gives character, don't it? It all gives a nice bit of character. I'm trying to wonder what I'm doing with the windows at the top. First of all, I want to use the brown, which I've just kind of diluted, but that's okay. That's okay. And let me show you. We're going to have shutters up here, but we're going to do it in a way where we start off by doing a little bit of a frame. Quite a loose thing here, because this is kind of off the top of the picture. So let me get close. And what I've done first of all is I've done the two lines either side, and then across the bottom I want to do a double line of that one to help to represent a bit of a windowsill. Okay, we shall put shutters on there. This one here as well, single line down that edge, and then like a double line across the bottom. Now that one just kind of goes off the picture. That one sort of finishes. It's all part of the vignette, you know, like it's a window, but it just kind of fades off. It's like part of a window rather than a full window as such. They're the incidentals. And as we all know, incidentals are important. Just like incidental music in a movie. It's important, but you don't notice it's there. You might notice me having a little fiddle around in places. I just keep picking up bits of grey, that's all, and adding a bit of extra dark, just randomly, little horizontal lines to the water. I don't know whether you can see what I've done on the top of the bridge there. I've just added like a little, or like a mini rail, like a mini railing across the top, just to give it a little bit more fancy detail. Nice. Okay, lovely. Let's add the shutters then, and also start to bring in the little sort of table and chairs. Just on the subject of the table and chairs, if we get close into that, again, you want to be thinking, which brush am I using for this? A lot of you are going to want to be using something a lot finer. I'm pretty sure of it. And colour wise, it's going to be a good strong grey. It's going to be a good strong grey. So you can use natural grey, or if you're mixing it, remember, it's your blue. With your touch of red. And your yellow. We need 3 primary colours. There it is. That's the same grey. Again, if you feel the need for finer brushes, then please do so. But do watch this space. We've got some super points coming out soon, which are lovely brushes. You've seen me use them in some of the demos, but we've not been officially allowed to mention them. But they are due in the next 4 or 5 weeks, maybe a bit longer, depends really. Okay, let's have a look at these table and chairs then. So first of all, the tables themselves want a dark stand to them, which it's quite hard to see at this distance, I guess, but we're really close into these, aren't they? They're quite small. I did pop some little fancy, like a little Y shape, do you remember, at the top? So I'd certainly be getting those in quite dark. There we are. And then there's nothing stopping you adding the chairs. The chairs themselves will be painting around the upside down U shape. But then my advice to you is put a Y down the middle. A letter Y, a capital Y. Why not? Can you see? Like a church window, like an English church window. Same for this one, of course. Nice and easy for these, because they're quite small. So again, get your close-up glasses on and pop your little letter Y down the middle. The seats are just a slightly thicker line. And then you pop your little lines coming down. They're so small, the chairs, at this scale, compared to what we did for the Parisian cafe, which it was a lot larger, but we've got them there. And that's all it needs to be, really. Just a good strong grey, really, is your secret to them. Yeah, that's nice. That's just enough into it, really, just to give an impression of a couple of chairs. I mean, I'm sure some people's going to put people on. For me, it would overcomplicate the picture, make it too busy. I mean, that's something we'll do another time. Have some people on the picture. We have painted a few figures on these workshops. We've done a family walking through a wood. We've done the beautiful Christmas, the festive market, which was one of my favourites. That had the people browsing. You've only got to look at me with this grey on my brush, folks. I'm having time of my life here. Sad but true. I'm just flicking the brush around this water. Keep adding lots and lots of little horizontal lines of a good strong grey. And all the time, that's helping the picture to have more and more reflections and depth and little ripples of water. It's all part of the fun of being in Venice. I wouldn't swim in the water in Venice, would you? You'd probably come out with quite a bad rash, to be fair. Hello to Tom. Tom has joined us from Cottonwood in Arizona. Hope you like what we've done so far, Tom. It's a beautiful picture. Thoroughly enjoying it. Loving the backstreet character of Venice. It capturing the Venetian charm, the rustic charm of Venice. Beautiful. As far as the tables, I think personally I want to be using a red, and the reason I want to use red is because it'll fit in nice with the picture. It'll also help for those people that did paint in the French cafe, which was really nice. Red was the colour we used, so I'm just using natural red here, not too strong by any means. There it is, natural red. Yeah, so if you take a look, actually, if I just kind of put the camera back to this one here, and let me just bring in the cafe. Sorry for the close-up there of the nose. This was the French cafe that we did, and you can see we've got the red on that one, so it'll fit in nice with this, you see, won't it? It'll balance up well. It'll be a nice matching pair. A matching pair of what, you ask? So for doing that, what I would be doing here would be very simply adding the red colour to the tables. We can pop a bit of detail in there afterwards, but just at the minute, just keeping it nice and simple. I would also be using the same red just to drop a little bit on the cushion, top of the cushion. The red always sets it off nice. And then if we jump up to the shutters, I want to do the shutters in red as well. So this is how I would do the shutters. Now, if you feel more comfortable sketching them in first, folks, please do. There's nothing stopping you grabbing a pencil at this point. So you start off by doing those 3 lines, middle, left and right, and then you go across the bottom like that. And then all you do is in between, you do lots of little, quite loosely painted and that's just the starting point of the shutters. We'll pop a little bit of shadow work on, but I think doing them in red would be quite nice because it'll be a nice little contradiction in the picture. Let me show you it over here as well. Look, now bear in mind this one I've not quite got all of it on, so you would come down here and across the bottom like an L shape, and then you decide where the halfway point is on this one, probably about there. And then you do the little, that's slightly larger, that one, but that's okay. And then you do the horizontal slats. And then I'll do a little hint of them on that side, but not all of them, just to say it's... And that's where the picture kind of ends there. And what I'll do is I'll add a bit more character to them. But yeah, certainly the red, I think the red is quite a nice little contradiction in the picture, and it just stands out nice. It brightens the scene up and gives it a bit of charm. And like I said, I've put red on the top of the cushion as well. Would you reflect the red in the water? I'll zoom back a touch. That looks good. Yeah, could maybe. Just a little hint of red just to say it's catching the reflection. Would you see those? Here's an interesting tip for you folks. How would you know if those would reflect? You measure and it'd be way off the picture, so you wouldn't see that. But that little hint of red just in the water there is actually quite nice. Now, as I've mentioned a few times, red brick does feature quite a lot in Venice, especially on some of the bridges. So just being a bit careful to add a few little red bricks, not much, just a little hint of it. Make sure the colour's pale, make sure it's pale. And it's just a way to bring things into play a little bit. Same on the front there, just a little hint of red, just very subtle bit of red. And even just a little hint of red on the gondola. Let me show you, because you do often see it. A little bit of a red line that just comes over next to those areas there. A little bit of red detail. I'll zoom back, folks. I apologise, I'm darting around a bit, but I'm just going to zoom back and leave that on screen so you can see what we've done. But the red really bounces up. I almost put, if mine looks half as good tomorrow, Matthew, I will be pleased. Thank you very much once again for the inspiration. Yeah, I've had a great time with this one. I love how you can be a bit looser with your vignettes. Really nice to do. I've got to admit that the past few paintings I've done virtually, live paintings I've done virtually, have been some of my favourite ones. And that's this one. And also the ones on the virtual painting retreat that we did. I know a lot of you took part in that. All three of those pictures have just, it's given me happy memories. And if you've not taken part in the virtual painting retreat, these were the paintings that we did last week. Last Tuesday, the 8th, Wednesday 9th and Thursday 10th, we did this winter bridge here. We also did this one, which was the walk in the winter park. And this was the virtual painting holiday. And everyone's favourite was the alpine scene. Now, if you want to purchase these tutorials to have a go at yourself, you can still get hold of it. And we'll send you the link. Let me show you, folks. It's 3 days of painting. And let me show you, just briefly. Let me show you. So what you do is you go onto the website, which I'm sure you can see if I get closer, which is Watercolour TV. Yeah. And if you get really close in and click on the holidays tab, you'll see it's still available to buy. Okay. So that's the 3 paintings I've just showed you there. So it's the live retreat 8th, 9th and 10th of March, which is past, but you can purchase them and re-watch them like you can on all the workshops, okay? The next one that's coming up is in July, which is Summer Meadow, Live Summer in Rome and Live Caribbean Beach. So if you want to have some more painting, so you can still purchase them and you can re-watch them like you can re-watch these. It's quite a relaxed painting, this one, isn't it? It's not too strenuous. Not at all, is it? It's a nice kind of chill picture. It is. I must admit, kind of breaking the rules a little bit here. I am thinking right at the bottom of the picture to get a very diluted red. And just where that one is, just a little hint of red, just to say it's just slightly catching in the water. Just those very few and far between little horizontal lines. It just helps to... It's not accurate by any means, but it's watercolour. We can chill, we can relax. Now let's just have a look at the picture and just pop in a little bit of finishing detail in a few areas, mainly on the shutters and on the tables really. Let's start with the shutters, we'll get up there. And for this I just want to be using grey, so if we take another glance, the palette, there it is. I've got the grey, I'm still on the number 6 brush. Now I am going to bring in some white paint as well, so I'm just going to pop a little bit of white on. This is optional, so if you've got some white paint, if you picked up that new white paint, that's a cracking colour, that one. Absolutely stunning colour. I've got a scrap piece of paper here, and that's the white. There it is. So I'll pop that on there. If you've got white gouache, white acrylic, or something similar from the tube, white watercolour would be fine. But to start with, it's just the grey, which has gone a bit dry. So just adding a spot of water would reactivate it quite nicely. There's the kitchen paper, look. So I'm just going to add a couple of shadows to the shutters and the tables, really. So on these then, what I want to do is I want to paint a line, a thin line, just to the side of the central bar and then go across the bottom. Now if I repeat that same thing over here, so quite crisp down there, down here, over there. So once you put those L shapes on, simply clean your brush, give it a couple of tappy taps, and then just feather them. Don't blend them as such, just feather them. Okay, just give them a little bit of a feather. What it does, it just puts a shadow on them. Yeah, and then if you grab it more grey but slightly dry and just add a few random horizontal lines, and you can be a bit more sort of picky and choosy with these ones. So this is the grey still, and just go horizontally, sort of in between the shutters, I guess you could say. And what it'll do is just help to give it a bit more detail. But it's, as I mentioned a little bit earlier in the workshop, I said that these are quite incidental, so I don't need them to be too precise. You can kind of play it by ear a little bit. And be a bit more picky and choosy how you do that. So that's the shutters. You might have noticed me sneakily popping a bit of a darker line underneath there. Well, that'll help to raise them forward a bit. Can you see if I pop a dark line under there, it just helps them to stand up a bit. Shutters. very soon we'll be adding a little bit of writing to this, to the sign. And it's worth doing your research on Italian for cafe. It's actually bar. So if you go to Venice or Italy, you'll see that you don't see cafe, because cafe in Italian is coffee. So what you tend to see is you tend to see the word bar or something similar to that. Which is what I'll do. I will put the right bar Venice or something like that. Works for me. Now let's come down to the tables and take a look at them, because they look a little bit flat, don't they? They've just got basically just red. So that's very close into the picture. So just using the grey in the similar way to what we've just been doing on the picture a second ago, what I'm going to do is I'm going to start off by adding a thin line, and again you might want to be using a rigger brush for this. A thin line underneath, just to give it a bit of shadow or something. And then it depends how much of a detail fan you are. You could add a line of grey to the top, more so on one side. So I don't know whether you can make that out, but I've added a grey line to the left side of the two tables at the top. And then very simply clean my brush, wipe it pretty much dry, and then just lightly skim over that so it kind of feathers into the red. And that just gives it a bit more interest to it, don't it? There's nothing stopping you putting a little bit of stuff on the table, just with whatever colours in your palette. Just a bit of random sugar pot or an ashtray or something. And if you've been to Italy, you know a lot of people smoke. Smoking is very common in Italy, or it certainly used to be the last time I went, and that would have been a couple of years ago. So it's quite a common thing over there. So feel free to add a bit of interest. One little adjustment that you might want to do, if you feel that it's still not dark enough inside your doorway, just get some more grey and do some more of that dry brush coming down, just to help it push back. I'm not going to put any detail inside that doorway. I don't think it needs it. I think it'd spoil the picture. It'd be too much of a focal point if it was to do that. So I would certainly think twice about doing that. I'm sure there's some people that are probably contemplating it, but we did quite a bit of detail inside the French bar at cafe, as you can see there. So if you wanted to do that, then you can do. You can go back to that workshop, because that's a close up of the doorway. This is a wider picture, which is fine. Yeah, so dry brush is always useful. You know, you can revisit it at any time. Anywhere that you want to add a bit of dry brush, just go for it, basically. I'm up at the top now, around the windows, and just adding a bit of final texture. Very dry brush, of course. Have you still got the pale colour that we did earlier for the stonework? I've got it hiding behind the whites. There, look, very pale, sort of brown colour. And there's nothing stopping you just saying, well, because for me personally, every picture's different at this point, but I feel a little bit as though it's looking a bit bare up there, so I'm just going to pop in a few little final little bits of stonework around here. This is back to that very pale colour. If you run out of it, just lift some of the brown from here. Sorry, wrong camera. From here and dilute it, massively dilute it. Very pale colour. You can see it there. But it's just, you know, it's just ways to give it, it's just a way to give it a bit of extra brickwork. There's nothing stopping you doing this. It's a case of you looking back at your picture at this point from a distance thinking, yeah, that looks a bit bare, so I'll pop through little bits of stonework around. And yeah, it's just a way to finish off that top section, in my opinion. Let me get back down to the tables for you. I'll just keep adding little bits of brickwork. And if you want to use any grey as well, of course you can. As long as the colour's pale that you're using, it's going to work fine. All this is giving it character, all of it. And then to finish the painting off, we're going to be doing some white paint in a few places. So Joanne Hunt, beautiful picture. You're new to Watercolour TV and this is your second go. Well done. Beautiful. Lovely. It's nice to see what you've done. John Kierman has sent his sketch through. Let's take a look. That's good. Yeah, that's fine. Looking nice. And don't forget, right at the end of this workshop, you know, it's always good to have your paintings on Facebook. The Facebook group's a good place to showcase them, but also Matthew Palmer Artist. I'll pop a picture of this on. If you could pop yours in the comments, that really does get people interested in the up and coming workshops and gets the blood flowing a little bit, if you know what I mean. So let me show you the white paint. For me to finish off this picture, a bit of white around the focal area, which is here, is going to have quite a nice impact, including a bit of signage as well. Again, it's up to you how you use white. For me personally, I'm okay with a number 6 brush, a little bit of water. You might want to be using a finer brush for this. If not, just kind of see how you go. But I'm rotating this brush through the white, and I'm now rotating the tip so it's nice and pointy. I don't know whether you can see that. And hold it like a pencil. And a few bits of white would actually work quite well. Let me show you where I think white would work on this picture. First of all, on the sign, of course, I'm going to write in bar, and it's up to you how you go, what you write there. If you want to use a pencil or a white pen or something, or even a black pen. And then just pop some little random bits of white at the side of it, just to sort of represent a bit of small text that you can't really see. Just little random dots. You can see what I mean by that, can't you? Random spots of white. The little sign as well, I'd do some little bits of white on there. Just a few little lines, yeah? So it's all there. But if you write cafe in Italy, it would be 2 F's, and it means coffee. It doesn't mean a cafe like we think of a cafe, just to bear that in mind. So that's a little bit of detail on the sign then. It's up to you how much you actually do. I mean, that's enough. It just says it all, really, don't it? Stick with me. I will show you while my white is fresh on my brush a few other places I want to put it. I want to pop a little bit of white down that round post on there. Can you see? Makes them stand out a bit. So if you look, I've gone over the ball and down the length. I'm sorry, that came up. I know what I mean. Then also, stick with me, I will give you time on this, but I need to do it while my paint's fresh, okay? I'm also going to use a bit of white just on the edge, on the right edge, the bottom right edge of the table. So can you see that bit of white just on that edge of that table there? Nothing stopping it adding a little bit onto the cushion as well. Thin line, yeah? Stick with me. On the gondola, I feel a bit of white coming down here will make it look more metallic. Because it is very metallic on that bit. And you can almost take that all the way down to the bottom. Yeah? And even a little bit of white next to the red. Just to make it look a bit shiny. If you didn't quite get that line that goes around the gondola, then you could always pop that on as well. Because that's obviously quite an important bit of detail. So almost there with the white, folks. A couple more bits I want to show you on the bridge. I'll recap it, don't worry, but it's just while it's fresh. I'm going to paint a line that goes just above that grey shadow and just kind of taper it off. It just gives a bit of detail. You could also do the same thing along the top edge of the wall, because you do get quite a lot of marble around, and around that curve of the bridge there as well. So can you see the line that goes across here? What that'll do, in my opinion, is that'll make the wall sort of leap forward a bit. Does that make sense? Stick with me, a couple more bits I want to show you. I will recap them all for you. This is just using white. It's while the paint is fresh. Onto the lamp. The lamp Just a little hint of white paint, just to give a bit of three-dimensional effects to the light, just give it a bit more character. Okay, that looks nice. I like that. And then as a last job with white, you need to be thinking dry brush, which means that you're going to wipe off most of your white. Now, if you haven't got white, you can use a craft knife here and just pop in a couple of little flicks of white over the windows. Just a couple of little flicks. That's quite hard to see, but what it does is it just makes it look as though it's reflecting. You can do the same on this one as well. Just gives a slight reflective feel. And that same sort of dry white, if your framework's not standing out too well, can you see I've popped a line across the top there? If your post that goes in the water like mine gets a little bit lost, there's nothing stopping you with this dry brush just adding a bit of white to the edge of the post, just to make it sort of stand out a little bit. Can you see what I mean by that? That little thin sliver of white paint. But let me recap where I've put the white for you so you know exactly where to stick it. And then we'll have a look at picking some winners, because I've got a couple of paintings to give away today. It's quite addictive having the white on your brush, because you can probably see I put a little bit down the edge of the table leg as well. So let me do a bit of a recap where the white went in. I started off by writing in the word bar and put some random dots and spots to the side of it. Nothing fancy, nothing major. It's just one of those little jobs that I feel less is more. Don't overcomplicate your sign. Okay, so I put the white in there. I put a few dots of white on that little sign just to say there's something on it. Then what I did is I came down to the tables and I put the white on the bottom edge of the tables. You can see this little white thin line that goes across the base there. Like so. And across the cushions. And you might also notice that I did pop a little bit of white coming down. See, it's starting to dry now, the white. Coming down on the table legs just to help them look as though they're kind of there. On the bridge in the wall in the foreground, I popped the white paint down the curve and down the right side of those main two posts. I also put the white on here as well, just to help it look as though it had a bit of detail. And I went along that top section of the bridge and slightly along the top of the wall as well. And that was it for the white, apart from the little bit on the gondola, which was the line that comes down the front and across the top. I did put a bit of white down the edge of that post to help it stand out, and I also popped a bit of white on the lamp as well. But let me just mention one last thing and then I'll let you fiddle and faff with it. The white paint is quite important, I think, in this picture. So I'm just making the post a bit brighter. The white's got a bit dry. I just had to get a fresh bit of white there, because I want that post to stand up nice against there. So if you put the white on and it looks as though you've just been round with a Tipex pen, a correction fluid pen, this is what you would simply do. You would simply clean your brush really, really well, wipe it almost dry so it's clean and just a bit damp, and then look at those areas that don't look right. So for me, if you have a glance up, I can just go in and soften that line on the bow of the gondola. Look, just a little bit of water just to ease it in a bit so it's not quite as obvious. I could do the same on the edge of the table as well. If it looks a bit too harsh white line, just use a damp brush to lightly skim over it, and it just kind of calms it down a bit and makes it look less obvious. Less obvious, yeah? You can clearly see that. And that's the same for anywhere. So if the white lines on the bridge look a bit harsh, just get a damp brush and just do that. spread the paint. Same as the one on the post at the top, look, you can soften it a bit so it's not as obvious that it's pure white. Does that make sense? A damp brush, basically. White is so easy to blend in. It is the easiest of all the colours to blend in, without a doubt. You might, as a last resort on this picture, you might even decide to get a bit of white on your brush and just add a couple of little horizontal lines in your water, maybe. No reason not to at all, really. So if you've got any dark patches of water, and then you can just add a little bit of white just to ease it in. And just add a bit of interest. See what I mean? But I whizzed through that mainly because I knew I wanted to put the white on, and it does dry on your brush and in your palette quite quickly. So I wanted to sort of get it in before it dries. And I want to leave you with that, because that picture to me is finished. I want to leave you with that, folks. And what I want to do is I want you to have a little potter around with your white paint, add any finishing touches, and I want to pick the winners because I've got 2 paintings to give away. These are original paintings of mine. I'll show you the pictures. So there's this Italian lake scene. Well, that's worth about 150 if that was in a gallery. This one here, which is a very detailed, large picture, that is worth a couple of £100. So I'm giving these away, and it's everybody that is on this workshop stands a chance to win. Okay. Let me just get close into that, and I'll leave that on screen for you so you can see the nice bits of detail. I'll just keep adding little bits of extra stonework because it's quite addictive. With either grey or pale brown. It's up to you. You don't have to, but it just gives character to it. Gives extra added character. And don't forget, any time using a damp brush, you can go in and you can just add a bit of a softness to the paint. But yeah, that to me is a finished watercolour, folks. I want to pick some winners very, very soon. I'm going to sign the picture probably over here, I think. Now again, if you do publicise this picture anywhere, just give me a credit. Based on a picture by Matthew Palmer, inspired by Matthew Palmer, taught at a virtual workshop by Matthew Palmer, that kind of thing. That's what you have to do, really. So I'm just going to pick some winners, folks. I've got 2 paintings to give away, and then we'll have a little final chat before we before we disappear. You can buy these mounts on the website. We do have stock of these now, so you can purchase them. Look at that, isn't that nice? I really like that one. I think I prefer it to the Parisian one actually. I think it's got more character to it, more of that nice rustic charm that you'd expect in Venice. Keep adding a couple of little bits of extra things in the water. Yeah, it was good. Good. Quite a relaxed one, that. Quite a relaxed painting to do. Right, winners. I'll leave you to fiddle. Okay, folks, we've got some winners. We have some winners. So these just picked at random. First of all, this painting here, this original, which is a very large picture and a very detailed one, that's going to Elizabeth Grant. Well done to Elizabeth Grant. That is yours. We will send it to you in the next couple of weeks. It'll get to you. We've sent quite a few prizes off yesterday, so if you're still waiting for one, it should come through. Well done, Elizabeth Grant. That is yours. Congratulations to you. And then the next one is Lynn Howe. This one's to Lynn Howe, this Italian mountain scene. Lynn Howe, well done to you, Lynn. That is yours. Lynn does purchase the block booking vouchers, so thank you to Lynn for that. Because everyone obviously is entered into the prize draw, whether you block book or whether you, you know, just kind of purchase them after. So Lynn Howe and Elizabeth Grant, well done to you. They're yours. Congratulations. So that was it then. That's the Venice cafe, folks. What a lovely matching set. And if your vouchers are coming to an end, don't forget to keep that support going, folks, and keep booking in. It does make a difference. Gives me a good night's rest. It does. But that has been a pleasure to paint, and again, a really enjoyable picture. Let's take a look at it. Very detailed close up there. Nice reflections. Lovely detail. That nice kind of Venice style watercolour picture there. Really enjoyed that one. And of course, if we pop it next door to the one that we did last time around, will that stay there? That's the question. That's a nice little. That's it's going to fall into it. Come back with the camera a bit. Stay. There you go. That's a nice little set. So if you missed out on the Paris one, you can pick that up. But another beautiful watercolor set there. And yeah, that was good. Really enjoyed it. So next week, obviously, we're doing we're celebrating 2 years of teaching these things, which is going to be good fun. So do make sure that you get yourself booked in for that if you're not already, folks. We've still got spaces left, obviously. Link in the description. Link is also on the email that was sent to you. And don't forget, there's a couple of special things happening. As well as it being 2 years, we're giving away six giveaways next week, including an original painting, a pack of 50 sheets of paper, some signed DVDs, signed books, and various things. So a big one for next week. Do get your space. There's also an after party as well, which will be quite nice, and that's just basically you asking me questions. And if you can't make it to the live one next week, do submit your questions on email. This email address now. So you guys that are booked into this workshop, it's for you guys to book in. It's an exclusive for you, so do book into that, and that will give you it'll be quite an enjoyable day. Looking forward to it, really am. So I hope to see you there for the 2nd anniversary. So take care. Thanks for this. Really enjoyed it. Keep well, keep safe, keep the paint flowing, and don't forget to pop your painting on the Facebook page, Matthew Palmer Artist. There it is.